Insty welcome. Alex, 26 months. Thank you for the prime sub, 26 months. Anthixius, Superior Kimchi, Sinvek, Frank, Mango Head. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, I got back Wednesday late, very late Wednesday, Thursday basically. Got a final lurk. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Okay, so yeah, I'm back. It's been more than 10 days, 11, 12 days now. So yeah, and we're doing early streams. Thank you, everybody who's here. By the way, guys, I have 5 packages behind me, so if anybody wants to open up these packages, feel free to do so. Until that point, I guess I need to get set up my whole scanning thing. I haven't fully gotten it set up yet. 24. Pretty good. 47. Okay. 21 that way. So I need to level this out. That's what this is all about here. And it's just like I'm trying to get a rough guess to getting that. Okay, we got 5 packages. Okay, 5 packages open. All right, cool. So yeah, I didn't have anything super prepped in terms of a build today, so but I am super behind on scanning photofilm. I have 5 rolls that I developed before I left on vacation on the 25th. I think I might have developed that on like the 24th or so, and they've just been like in my bathroom hanging. And then I have six more rolls of 120 that I haven't even developed yet. So I'm planning on doing that at some point in the next like day, 2-3 days, I don't know, and then possibly doing another scanning stream then. And then even past that, I still have a couple more rolls as well. So yeah, we're gonna have a few scanning streams, I think, and it's gonna be good. Okay. So let's just get started. So with that said, I don't have like a keyboard build necessarily, but we are going to do a little bit of keyboard content, sprinkle it in with some photo content. That way, all the discords that have promoted this today's stream on get a little bit of what they need at any given time. Appreciate everybody being here. If you're watching, you like what you're seeing, feel free to give a follow. We're super close to 1,000. And I need a box cutter. Okay, so check this out. This is kind of interesting here. The first 2 packages is kind of cheating because it's like one order that had to be split up into 2 packages. Oh, Frozen, I haven't seen it. Overhead. This is the board I've been driving. I've been mostly out last, however long, but this board I've been driving, I've been loving it. So this is the alpacas in this J02 with the GMK honor. I like it. But things are going to be different, obviously. You see it in the stream title. We're going to be unboxing some CRP today. Okay, but anyways, first package. Let's see if I can show this without doxing. Well, probably not. They're these stackers, these stacker containers that you guys might have seen or known from before. Okay, so real quick thing. This one's bigger than the one that, like, for example, Omni-type sells. And let's talk about this a little bit. So this is like, I don't know how to explain this. This is a container made by, I guess, this company called Advantis. And so you can go to Advantis' site and then find a bunch of these style containers. And then I think these kind of like get bought and resold by a bunch of different things, or a bunch of different places. So like Omnitype sells these, and I think honestly, I was looking at it, what Omnitype has and does is actually a really, really good price for what they do. But you could also find these at like, I think you find these like the Container Store, like a couple like different home office stores, Joann's Fabrics. Yeah, you can find these in a lot of places. This one right here is a little bit bigger. This one is the 40305, which is for 4x6. Like, I guess they kind of call them, or they make them like, like they're like, they hold index cards, I guess. So Omnitype, is there something funny? Yeah, Omnitype has added to that list of a home office and craft stores. The one that Omnitype sells is 3x5, like they call them like for 3x5 cards. So I could kind of show this. This one also, I don't know if you guys had noticed here, but down here, I changed these baskets to drawers literally just yesterday. I was down at home. I was in Vegas, and my brother had a bunch of these drawers. So I, he wanted to give them to me because he was filling up, or he was removing stuff from his calyx, and just like trying to rearrange things. I said, "Hey, do you want these?" I said, "Yeah." I found out these are like really expensive. So I took them, and it's like, they don't really even match colors, but they're still kind of the same colors as the baskets from before. Anyways, so this is not one that Omnitype sold. I got this at a Joann's Fabrics, like, 6 or 8 months ago or so. You can see that the sizing is pretty different. I think in terms of this size right here, Omnitype might have the best prices I've seen right now, because I don't think Joann's carries this one anymore, like specifically this size, even if it's like a crazy color. I don't know. This one right here, I think, is a little bit better when you have like big key sets, like key sets with a lot of kitting. So yeah. Anyways, I got 6 of them in this box, and then this, surprise, surprise, I got 6 more in this one. So we'll just open this up, show it off so that you can see that I'm not lying. These I got from Staples, and what was, I guess I failed to mention this part of it, of why it was interesting. I bought these yesterday, and they came in today, because I guess like it shipped out from Sacramento, and I don't know what to say. UPS was fast, and it was free shipping, and the price was good, and I'm just like, wait, what the heck? I didn't think this was gonna come for another several days, but here it is, and it's good because I have a lot of stuff to organize here, and especially today too, specifically with all the CRP coming in. I have a bunch of GMK just in boxes, like, and not in these containers. So I want to be able to put those in. Maybe that's kind of where my keyboard content will be sprinkled in. You guys can look at key sets with me, which is not even like a it's not a build. Yeah. And then in the meanwhile, we'll do some photo film scans. Okay. Okay, I'll show this off. This one's cool. This next one. I actually am just like super happy with this. Jay from Prototypist last, was it, no, maybe more than a week ago, had a subathon. And I think it was like, I didn't know he had a subathon in advance. So I popped in, and he was doing all these giveaways, and I won some Switches. Super cool. Yeah, that was like my first legitimate marbles win. And it was cool just being able to get some switches, like, especially like from overseas. So I got these Gateron Mink switches. He basically just said any in-stock switch, just take a look at it. I was looking at the Minks, and I feel like I've just been hearing a lot about them. So I went in and I got it. So cool. Okay. The next two, or at least the final two, or the final one before CRP. Okay, so I got to admit, this next one here was, I kind of feel like I jumped in on this buy a long time ago, and then like I no longer had interest in it after some time. Well, let's take a look and see. Got some foam, because of course. Prime KB. Alright. This is GMK Umka. I don't know if I said that right at all. But this is what it is. Part of me is like, I don't know what to say. Like, I kind of lost interest in just having this. So I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to keep it like sealed and then just like, you know, I don't know, sell it, or part of me is like, I want to open it up, so I could see it and confirm. Just send it my way. Uncool dude, welcome back. I don't know, like, cause like, what if I open it up and then I look at it and then I'm like, oh crap, this is great. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, look it up. I don't know if Prime KB is already selling extras or anything, but this was a buy they ran some time ago. So let's see if I could pull it up. Oh, it's in stock. Okay. This is JMK Umka. Boomka. UMKA. I don't know. It's like, I think that maybe I could find like a board to put this on. Oh, I hate this thing. Okay. It looks like it came out of a chain. That's how I felt after a while. I was like, I bought it because I was like, ooh. But I did get it at lower than what these extra prices is. Just slightly. Just slightly. GMK Aged Plastic. I think that's the, that might have been the name that they came up with first. Alright. Oh, I just noticed. You could mix it with another set. That's true. What would be a good one? Hold on, let me see something. I guess what's interesting here is, like, for example, so there's GMK Carbon, which is like really old, right? And I think they've had like a couple of runs of this, right? And I think at some point they had that thing like the Boneyard kit. I'm trying to look for this right now. Give me a second. I have now become interested in trying to figure out what has happened here in terms of like the okay. Boner yard. Okay, so there was this, GMK Carbon ran, and it looked like this, which had like the alphas that look similar, and then it had orange on a dark color, like a dark gray. And then there's this bone base kit, which was not orange here, and I like that. That's pretty cool. And then they actually had the Boneyard alphas as a separate kit, and then they ran Boneyard as a whole GMK set later, which I have, and it's great. But one thing I'm thinking of is that you could probably do like this bone base kit out of Boneyard and Umka. And I wonder how close Umka is supposed to be to Carbon. Oh, that's literally exactly what this is after I read it. Oh, this is funny. Hold on. Look at this. Similar to GMK Boneyard, GMK Umka is a standalone version of a colorway only possible by combining kits from the Carbon R2 group buy. So basically, I could have Carbon out of the two sets that I have, and I could have like an inverse Carbon too. So like you could have Umka modifiers with the bone or the Boneyard alphas. Okay. Yeah, then maybe we will open this. Pick up any PBTs on NK Cell today. I saw that. I was thinking about it, but I was just like, I don't know that I need more keycaps right now. Like I have like so many. CRP just came in. We're about to open that right now. And then I have a million more coming in group buys over the next like 2 years. so part of me is just like, it's so cheap. And in the same vein, like even the last Novel Keys sale with the GMK sets being 99, I was thinking of going in, and then I just decided against it because I'm just like, I got too much stuff. Like, I think when the let's go to keycaps. When the GMK sale was going on, I was thinking getting Cadet Classic because I have Cadet Blue Base. I had a like it sucks when you like buy a bunch of these on extras. And then they went on sale. Because I would have gotten on, how many did I have? I had Yuri, I had Blue Base, I had Honor, a Boneyard, but I think Boneyard is already sold out. It's hard to resist, and like it's like it took all of my courage to resist this, and it worked. And part of me is thinking like I might resist here too. I think like Tara looks really good. I think everyone's getting Taro, Charcoal looks really good too. I'm in the stealth group buy, GMK stealth, and this is literally what I wanted out of GMK stealth. But like I'm gonna just be waiting on GMK stealth for however long because of how many like failed color match rounds there have been. This one I always thought looked really, really good, but like I think one thing about these sets is like, and it's just the nature of it, but I don't think I really need a whole lot of white key sets. I don't know, just like a thought, like I don't think I need them. So like this kind of kills off some of the options here. I mean, this one's really cool, especially because I just ran through Breaking Bad with Ada like a few months back. Stealth soon. Yeah, part of me is thinking like maybe I should just get Charcoal and then sell stealth when I get it. I no longer really even have stealth, like interest in stealth anymore either. So I got in on stealth with the purpose of doing this blackout thing. So like I literally wanted this, which I guess is just a darker version of this, I don't know. I'm waiting on Cherry Blossom. Guess I should pick that up. Oh. I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. Wait a second. Hold up. Why do they have a blue escape here? Okay, I see. There's a... Oh, it comes with included accents. Okay. I was looking at this. I just figured that, like, it would have all the key set, or the keycaps on one image. I was like, where the hell did those come from? It's right here. That's a good deal. Actually, I like this. I really do. I have GMK Peach Blossom R1, and then I got it on Spacebar's for R2. And then I also have EPBT Blank Pink somewhere. I think Ada might have it, or I do. I don't know. But this looks really good. I like the legending, like the purple on it. It's really nice. We enablers bless your purchase. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's move on. All right. So here's the final keyboard thing we're gonna do before we switch over to photo stuff. And then what we'll do is, like, I don't know, between rolls or whatever, I might literally just be opening some key sets. Maybe I'll redress my J02 with a CRP kit. We'll see. Had a frustrating high ground X Sonic drop. Whoa, what happened? Alright, I gotta hide these receipts. Alright, guys. This one's a big boy. Good lord. I got a lot of kits, huh? Holy shit. Damn thick. Hey, yo. Balls deep. Yeah. Went to buy the full set Sonic the Hedgehog caps, waited for the desk mat. The full set sold out right as the desk mat became available. Oh, shit. That sucks, dude. Chris, what the fuck? Any kits you didn't get? Oh, there's a bunch of kits I didn't get. I just got a bunch of repeats on mods. So it's like, there'd be like 60s. What the fuck? What is this? Well, I could show you, I guess. I got a couple of R5s. So what I'm really particularly interested in is taking a look at some of these alphas. Because one of the issues I had with R4, I bought R4 like secondhand. Should have an open package for each of these. That was a part of the same drop, so the site didn't even release. Oh, jeez, that's terrible. Why do you need so many? Need has nothing to do with this. Okay, real quick. I wanna look over this real quick. So we're gonna flip all these over. Okay. That is pipe for, I think, certain ISO, international ISO layouts. What I'm looking for is alpha colored pipe, because that was my biggest problem with CRP R4. Here it is. This right here. This is what I needed. Literally this. So let me explain. Or sorry, crap, I was talking about R3. So this is R4. R3, one of the big problems I had with R3 is I bought a set of it second hand, and I paid out the ass for it, right? The problem is that the way CRP R3 was structured was that this specific keycap, the pipe slash backslash keycap, was not included in like alpha kits in this color. So you had to get a separate HHKB like kit to get this keycap. Now the problem was they ran two HHKB kits. One was for the beige sets, and then one was for the white sets, possibly just set with a no S. The singular white set was for the Japanese pink, and then the beige set had this but in the mod color, which is like nonsense. So it's like you had no way of getting this keycap in CRP R3, just didn't exist. And I still have that. Like I have it on the Matrix Falcon, the Taupe Ray Falcon. So like it's just sitting there because I have the white one for the Japanese pink, and it's just like a much whiter white than the alpha beige. But the alpha beige is different from the mod beige. In R3, this keycap didn't exist at all, Anthixius. I got the 65% Sonic set in the Decimat. So wait, could you send a link to this? I'm curious what this Sonic thing was. When was this? And what is this? I'd love to get some CRP. I missed the last buy an extra sellout instantly. Probably gonna have to hope there's an R5 and wait. Yeah, for a couple things, and then included. If vendors didn't order a boatload of extras, they made a mistake. The thing is, they did order extras, and I think like Daily Clack in Australia is sold out of like most of them within like a couple of hours, I think. With that said, I think there's gonna be an R5. But let's just, I guess you just have to wait and see what Drop has, and other international vendors too. All right, let me look at this. Oh, wait, these are sick. What the hell? wait. I hadn't seen this before. This is sick. Wait, real quick. We're going to switch over to what Anthixius got. I didn't know about this thing. We'll go back to CRP right after. I see. So it's like, it's a pre-built with what I think are really cool keycaps. But it looks like it's kind of like a fixed layout. So there's no 1.5U. There's no split back. And then like the thing is like it'd have to go on a 65 that looks like this. Otherwise, when you start splitting it up, it's gonna look all crazy. Yeah, I try to get extras from Daily Flag and everything. I wanted sold it out when I check out. Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Like there were a few alpha kits like a couple hours in left, but that was it. Okay. I got everything I wanted answered. So I got a bunch of these CRP kits. And I guess we'll just sprinkle them in while I scan some photo film. Has Syrup Labs released extras yet? Not yet. Yeah. Syrup Labs has just like been shipping, and like this is like so much later than like Drop and everywhere else. Really, Syrup Labs was like a lot cheaper in terms of like I think they had no tax for US because they're Canada based, and then I think just shipping just ended up being cheaper, and it was just like it was just slightly cheaper, and then it just ended up being like so much longer of a wait, which was to me like I can wait, but my problem was that the wait was so long that this actually got delivered to me literally like 8 days ago while I was not in San Francisco, and I was just like out in San Francisco for like 10 days. So I gotta say, like I was like on edge the entire time, just like thinking, oh shit, is my package still gonna be there? Like, is someone gonna steal my package? And I was lucky that like I came home over a week later and it was still sitting there. So haven't even finished shipping regular orders yet. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Since Black Wind Key. Oh yeah, and then like I got Xerox, and what sucks was I think for Xerox I just really wished it was like the R3 color, but R3 didn't have the top row pipe key, And then like in R4, it's like the kit was way better, but the color was like, I don't know, not the same one. Vendors need to put biohazard stickers on the box. Seriously. Well, I don't know if that'll deter people. It'll be like from theft. It'll be like, oh, this must be like expensive medical medical materials or medical equipment. I want to steal it so I can sell it. Checking laundry. Right on. Okay. All right. So let's move on to doing some photo stuff, because I think I've been lagging on this. All right. We'll sprinkle it in. I think, let me try to recall. I may have a couple keyboard shots on a couple of these rolls of film. It's just, I have like, right now there's like 12, 13 rolls of film that I have that I don't know what's on them or where they were. A bunch of them were while I was on this trip, but those are yet to be developed. So I have like about 13 rolls where I can't place them, like they haven't been put in yet. 5 of them are developed, the other 7 or 8 not yet. And so we'll sort of find out. I'm just hoping that there's nothing inappropriate on them. Xerox was definitely one of the kits I was interested in. Yeah, I know, Xerox looks great. I just wish the color. I mean, maybe it's like I don't know, can I dye them? Also, it got super bright. I'm gonna turn this ISO down. ISO. Oh shit. All right. I don't know what button I pressed. Where's that? Oh shit, it's up here at the front. Okay. Okay. I got some setup to do. All right. And I got a bunch of boxes everywhere. Because of course I do. That's always how this is. My setup's almost done. I need to grab the some of the actual film, and then we're gonna get this on. Let's turn this on. All right, we're gonna call this E. All right, so here we are in Lightroom. What happens is, so I have numbered every single roll of film that I've just ever shot. I am in the process of doing like a second pass of scans, so I haven't scanned all the rolls of film. So I have like I start at 141. I'm trying to go backwards from there, and then I think I have just a bunch like missing from 215 to like 274, and just a bunch more. But wherever I stop, it's like I have to start like not numbering them, because I don't know what order these rolls of film come in. So we're gonna call this next one E. We're gonna start at 1. Okay. So the camera's detected. I'm gonna go grab a roll of film, and I need to find some gloves. Ziploc bags here, just a mess. Okay, so these rolls of film have just been sitting in my bathroom for like several days, like almost 2 weeks. So I'm gonna tidy these up, these rolls of film up just a little bit. I need to grab one of these cloths, and then we'll just pass a microfiber cloth through the whole roll. If I can get a good solid grip on it. Okay, we'll set this on, which is a light. And we'll show here on the screen, this is just a light. I'm gonna pass some film in here. And so okay, here we go. So the goal here is you gotta get this like focused correctly and then positioned correctly. Just chilling like a villain in the commode. Nice. Alright, so okay, so that should be focused, and then in terms of placement, you gotta shift this just a little bit. So it is very warm in here. Okay. So I got so much shit all over my desk that this kind of becomes a little bit unsafe. All right. So I want to give a little tiny bit of background. So for the last 10 days, I was away from home. I have this long PTO. So a week and a half, almost 2 weeks have elapsed in my long PTO, and I have another 2.5 weeks. I want to be able to do more of these daytime streams. I wanted to catch up on a lot of photo stuff. I wanted to catch up on a lot of keyboard stuff. We're doing a photo stream today. We're going to do at least one more throughout the duration of this time. One thing I also wanted to do was I wanted to start producing YouTube videos, which, you know, I've said for the last, 8 months, actually probably way longer. And I think a lot of them are going to be keyboard based, just because, I don't know, that's a lot of the content that I can create, a lot of the content that I can create around, but probably a little bit more too, just in general with gear, photography, probably is stuff that I would do too. Staycation, I love it. Treat yourself. It's like a half staycation, because I was gone. But it's good. Ada and I went down to LA with the dogs, and then we also drove back to Vegas at home, just to be with family. It was good. I mean, it was good. We were able to relax. We were able to. Ada was still working a little bit, so, but you know, it was chill. It's chill for me. You know, hang with the dogs, hang with all of them. So, all right. Okay. One of the reasons why I brought up this whole context is because there's something specifically about doing these photo film scans that is like kind of a mind fuck that I think is worth making like a YouTube video about. Like, even if it's like a 1-minute YouTube video, and that's this. So I have this camera connected by a USB cable, like it's like a USB tether, so that when I'm shooting with the camera, it goes directly in my computer. And so it's cool because then it's like you could do this, and people do this to shoot anything while they're just connected to a computer. I use this for scanning photo film. Now, one of the things I noticed is that like you can get this live preview. This live preview wasn't a feature that always existed. And since it started existing, it's made scanning photo film so much easier, because now I don't have to like look through the eyepiece to try to, you know, like make sure it's in focus. which is sometimes impossible. And I can just look at it through here. The downside is that keeping this open is slow. So one trick that I came up with, like, you know, just after this live view thing had come up, was like I was doing this and it would just be really slow. One trick that I came up with is like, well, once you know it's in focus, just close it. Just close it, and then now like it doesn't have to transmit all this data, and then you can shoot faster while you're scanning, right? The problem was that at some point I clued into the fact that there's a problem. There's a problem with everything that I've just said. So what's crazy is that as soon as you close this and then you start taking the actual photos, they come in a little bit blurry for some reason. And it just blew my mind. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like there was a day I spent where I was just like, what the fuck? And then I figured it out. Because like it was just like I was like, this never happened before. And I figured out the thing is, the blurring stops when you turn the live view back on. And I'm like, how the fuck does that make any sense? It's like, what the fuck is that? So I guess you have to keep it on and then just like live with the slowness of how it works just because of the data transmission. But it's mind-boggling because like, why would that be the case that it would do that? And then as a corollary, like this wasn't a problem before the live view feature came in. And it's just like what? So I don't know. This could be like, I have no idea. This could be very specific to maybe my camera and or lens. I'm not sure. But I think this is good information to sort of try to disseminate. Like, I think that if I put this in a YouTube video, it might be helpful to somebody out there. I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? All right. Anyways, here we go. This is, I believe, Portrait 100. We already have a preset here for it. So let's get it going. Ah, this is Keshi. So so the situation here is that like I had this table here with this copy stand, and it used to just live right here and like behind me, and I moved it because it's just like I'd have to do this thing where I'd have to like twist myself like to work at the copy stand, work here. And the reason like this is even necessary is because like the copy stand itself like has a big footprint. It takes up too much space. So I moved it here to my left side, which you can kind of still see, just so it's like I don't have to do this twistiness. Now, the layout of my room, like the feng shui is now terrible, but at least this makes scanning film way easier. I'm gonna close these blinds just a little bit. It's gonna get a little tiny bit darker. Just possibly curb any badness with lighting in terms of how these scans come out. I think that like you're supposed to kind of do this like completely in the dark, but like I think that the downside of it is just so minimal, and it's like, well, let's at least get closer to good. Okay, so this is 3. All right, so I have a specific preset filter for this film stock, but it's like you always have to make adjustments. And so we're just doing this now so that I'm not just looking straight at negatives the entire time. And like I could immediately get like some kind of something that resembles a preview. I think it's good. All right, how about this? In between rolls, I have 5 rolls. In between each roll, what I'll do is I'll unbox a little bit of CRP, and then put them in some of these new containers. Or, probably more appropriately, kidding wise, I might do so. I think for some of the GMK sets that I have that are just like literally just sitting around because they're kind of just a mess. Also, you guys might notice here, these photos aren't very good. And this is kind of the effect of a couple things. One, it's a pocket camera with a great lens. Like the lens is fantastic on specifically this particular pocket camera. But you have limitations in the fact that like the tech inside of the pocket camera might not be 100% perfect given the context of other things. Like for the fact that concerts are dark and I'm super short. So like I have a couple of choices, which is to try to focus by like holding up the camera to eye level, and then just getting a bunch of heads around me, or to hold the camera up and shoot blindly, which is what I more typically do. So I shoot pretty blindly and then just kind of hope for the best. And then like the thing is like per roll, you end up getting like maybe possibly one solid banger. This does not look promising though, I gotta tell you. Like through this roll of film being almost halfway in, I don't know if we'll get one. Short king problems, yep. This was not a show that I was called in to shoot for, but it's one that we wanted to go watch. This one, maybe. I don't know. I'm not holding my breath. Oh, a little bit better, but the film got kind of fucked up. I'm not 100% sure why. This looks kind of like the chemistry didn't actually like get itself onto the film super well. And so you kind of got these weird streaks. It's what it looks like, but I'm not sure. We'll see. Let's keep going, because I think pose-wise, not the best. And that's another thing about concerts is that like you can't really control how they're modeled. They're modeling for you, but like as a photographer, it looks like they're modeling for you, but you don't have the control. And that's like the good and bad thing about concert photography is that like you don't even need to think about like actually working with the model, especially like, you know, if you're kind of bashful. But then like, you know, you kind of don't have that level of control. So yeah, this is really streaky. I wonder if, I don't know, the chemistry went bad or is just something weird with the way I processed it, or the film. It could be the film. This is looking really streaky. This one, like, posing is a little bit weird, but composition isn't the worst. And also it's pretty out of focus. One second. Okay. 22. Huh, this one looks like it's clearer, but he's walking away. Yeah, it's like the clarity and the focus here is really good, but it's not good, not good compositionally. Whoops. All right. Also, I guess I could set the ISO back up a little bit, given that everything is pretty dark now. Sabi-sa, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, this one I don't hate. Exposure-wise, it's off. HHKB always. Hey. That's what we're talking about right here. GMK Honor on the J02, always. Wasabi-san, welcome back. Great to have you back. Changing the title. All right, title changed. Okay, another thing that I also forgot to give. Oh, this one's interesting because the focus is right, but insanely underexposed and very poorly lit. And I'm surprised that the focus was able to be nailed down, yet it's like not a good photo. Okay, some extra context. Another thing is I keep this copy stand on a separated table. Literally, I say the word separate with a D, separated table. It's not on the same table that like I'm clicking everything on. And that's because like I want to reduce any possible scanning shake, and I try to make the shutter go not slow, but like definitely not fast, but certainly not slow. And the aperture like pretty narrow, just so that like I can get this to be like as clear as possible. So when you can tell that like the actual like the edges of the film can be really in focus, then you know, well, the content of the actual photo being taken might be super blurry as a result of like, you know, user operator error when I was using the camera, but not from the actual scan. So this was revealing all that. I think that at some point, I don't know if it's my camera or Lightroom, but they have begun to try, how to explain it, like auto rotating. It's pretty good, except we got another streak here. And like, I don't know what to say. Like, these aren't going to be used in any sort of professional aspect, so I don't hate the streaks that much. And this one's not that bad. Posing is a little bit, I don't know, not perfect, but focus wise, this one looks pretty good. I think the problem there is that her hand is more in focus than he is. Haha. There is a lot of craziness right here. And the focus is largely not on him. But I think this one of the better posed ones, it's okay. This one's alright. And there's also dust all over it. Oh, terrible. Actually terrible. Dang. That was a sad way to end this roll. Alright. There's a couple of okay. Like, I mean, you could maybe get away with posting them on Instagram, but I wouldn't say any of these shots were particularly super mega great, you know? I wouldn't say that. Alright. Okay. So let's go back and try to find the ones that might be passable. And I think we did a Keshi one. At some point last time around. So yeah, here's Keshi at the end of this roll. This one's pretty good. This one was a lot more worthwhile. Yeah, this one's not bad. Yeah, I don't know. Whoa. And then, yeah, this got super fucked up. This one probably looked like it was gonna be good, and then the film got really fucked up, which sucks. Okay, and then in E, a lot of these are very much a disaster. This one's not bad. Let's see if we can possibly try to reinvert this. Let's also straighten that out a little bit. Pulling that lab glow and the lights all the way down. Brightness a little bit down. Adjust all these, but I think neutral was pretty good. Yeah, let's go with neutral. So I don't hate this one. This one's also not too bad. I want to reinvert this one just to see what we can get out of it. Hard to find the edges just because like this is like critically underexposed and also kind of due to lighting. I'll cool it down. AVG. It's like, I'm looking at this and it's just like, I wished it didn't look like this. So maybe we'll adjust the temperature here and there where we can. I don't think we're gonna get a really good result without kind of changing the way that sort of like the darkness looks. And I think that's just a factor of the light. Now we could probably make some modifications in the positive when we would get there. Like AVG or neutral, probably the best. Kodak takes it really, really orange there. Maybe we'll go with that. We could bring up the darks up a bit. Maybe we get a little bit more info in his face. soft. Shadow soft. Let's go soft. Alright, didn't hate that one. A lot of these not so hot. This one, I want to copy this over. Oh, there's so much dust on it, it's crazy. But the crazy thing is also that like it might not be just like dust sitting on the film that I didn't wipe off. It like might be like kind of in the film. So let me see if there's any possible thing that I can look at in the film. This is the 19A. Like, I wonder how hard I can like try to wipe this down and see if there's anything extra I can get out of it. Because some of these got like really, really dicey with this dust here. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try to throw this back in here. One second. Okay, I'm going to try to take this shot again right here. It is now upside down. Alright, but I will try to throw this same thing on, see if when I sync it, what it's going to look like. Oh, that got cleaned up real good. Yeah, that is dust I could just wipe off, as it turns out. Just around the entirety of my bottom of my Y6 box was wet from water that funneled through my AC unit from rain. That is not good. It's just the box, like the keyboard's okay, right? Alright, let's take a look. I want to like delete this and then rename the other one. That should be 19. Can you rename? Edit in, show and explore. I see, okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna delete that and then just rename this to 19. And then delete this. Remove. Remove. Okay, there we go. This one reminds me of the first one we kind of took a look at. The hell, did I just lose it? Like, I think, honestly, that first partial roll of Keshi shots might have been better. The one prior to this one. Just shipping box, the Y6 box is fine. It's bizarre. The box is like exactly at a 50-degree angle from the AC unit in front of plastic drawers too. Oh man. Alright, we're gonna do the same thing here. We're gonna pull the lab glow all the way down. We're gonna pull the lights all the way down. Well, it looks pretty artificial though. What if we go to warm? Ah, that's starting to look really weird. I don't think the lights are meant to be pulled down like that. But I pull the exposure down a little bit more than last time. Maybe we have some luck. Lurk, oh, take care of tech calls. Right on. Hey, thanks so much for the lurk. Yeah, maybe it's the contrast that needs a little bit of adjustment. I feel like this this LUT drop down, these options used to make things look really different, and then it stopped. It doesn't make them so different anymore. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna get anything out of these. This one intrigues me. Like sometimes you wonder, should you paste in another like sort of preset / set of filters on this, or should you run through the inversion process again just to see what NLP will give you? Yeah, I think we gotta cool this a bit. Yeah, these colors get really weird. Like basically on any of these like white balance presets. I think it has to be cool. And then like I think we have to make adjustments on the positive because there's a little bit of weirdness with these colors. And this one might be one of the better ones for sure. But you know, it's kind of covered with the mic. Posing's a little strange-ish. All right, we'll go with that. I think this girl's phone is what's in focus here. But here's another one where I think we can wipe this down. This is 34. We're gonna try to wipe this down and rescan 34 here. Maybe we'll have some better luck. Let's try this again. Oh no. Oh, I forgot to open the live preview. Okay, wipe down it was much better, but let's also open this up and see the difference. So there is literally a difference as soon as I opened up the live view. Let's see if we can go close in here. So this is with the live view closed and then with the live view open. I think one thing you can try to tell here is that there's a difference. I think there's a difference here in how the film grain is sort of, how this looks. But I don't know. Yeah, this looks like not as good right here in this area as when you have it on. What concert is this? This is Keshi. Keshi in San Francisco. Yeah, this just looks much better. So it's like you go and delete this. And then I think it was 34, if I recall correctly. So what we do is inside of the folder, I'm going to delete 34. And then rename this one. We come back here. This should say it's not there anymore. Remove. Come back here. And now this one's very cleaned up. Okay. I'm back and I still have no idea what I'm looking at, bro. These are 35mm photo film scans from a Keshi concert in San Francisco. I would say that there's a solid many that don't look very good. Let's try to reset this. I am interested in like these two, seeing if we can get a better look out of them if we go through the reinversion. And we're just gonna do these last two, and then I'm gonna go back to unboxing some of this CRP. Oh, that does look pretty good. Cool. AVG. AVG, neutral look kind of the same. I can go with either one. We'll go with this one. I'm sure that this will be very similar in terms of what we'll end up seeing, but let's try. This one's interesting. This has definitely cooled down a lot at its most neutral. Yep. All right. Very cool. Okay. Let me get this roll back out of here. Okay, so I'll cut that one up and sleeve that a little bit later, but I think we'll swap back over to keyboard stuff. Okay, it's a little darker in here because I closed the blinds a bit. So you take photos and edit them. Yeah, that's kind of basically it. To some extent, I think a process is going to be a little bit different just because, like, I think there are some streamers and content creators who will, like, you know, they'll shoot digital. So I think with shooting digital and for professionals and content creators who do that, there's a little bit more aspect of trying to nail it down for sort of like a specific type of perfection. With film, there's like a different kind of range that I think you look for in terms of what you're trying to get. specifically here, like in terms of the way that I sort of visualize it, is that there's an inversion process that has to happen, going from that like sort of the actual orange or brown colored film to where you see this here. And in terms of what you want to do with that and where you want to go from it with that from there, things are going to happen a little bit differently. Culture, what's going on? Haven't seen your streams in a long time. I got something to show you. Yeah, for sure. Show me. School me. All right. Testy, welcome. We're swapping. We're gonna be swapping back and forth between unboxing some of this CRP and then scanning photo film. Okay. So a little bit earlier, let's show this off. We got a lot of CRP. So I'm wondering here, what's my move? I have these kind of big, these are 4x6. These are a little bit bigger than the 3x5s that Omni type sells, but these big 4x6 super stackers. And I have all of these like individually in boxes. And I gotta say, I don't hate these boxes. These boxes are pretty cool, and I like how they're kind of like perfectly sized for things. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, I've always liked these super stackers. Jesus, Omega lol. Alright, Sabi-san, let's take a look at what you got here. Whoa. Oh, that's sick. Alright, hold up. Alright, I want to show that after I get this giant box out of the way. So, we'll come back to it. Okay, what do you guys think? What do you guys do? For anyone here who has CRP, what are you guys doing with them? What do you think? Dude, okay, first of all, the images, like the pictures themselves are good. I like your pictures. Okay, I wanna come back to it because I like it. I definitely like it, but it's hard for me to point it out when I don't have it up on screen, and I can't put it up on screen because there's so much stuff in front of me right now. so I'll come back to it. Okay. What do you guys think of these boxes? Like, it's almost like I shouldn't put these in the super stacker. I just wish this were darker. Like, I wish this was like the Umka color. And then Umka should be this color. Why are there so many damn boxes? Hey, I agree with your sentiment. All right, you know what? Honestly, like I'd love to show off CRP, but I just really don't know what to do with all these boxes. Yeah, like you asking why there's so many boxes. I mean, I have the same question. We all have the same question. What I think this is more appropriate in terms of like our time is to go over maybe some of the like we can throw on a CRP onto this J02 that's in front of me, but I think in terms of trying to organize keycaps, we might be better off doing some of the GMKs that are in the other room that are still in boxes. Do you know 21 KB? Yeah, absolutely. I know 21 KB. I had a set. I have a set of 21 KB to my left, actually. I'm sitting on that Oxara. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. I need some little baggies. I need some little. Oh, man. Okay, so here's the funny thing. I bought these like, what was it, 3x4 and I think 4x5 or 4x6 like zip bags on Amazon. They're not coming today, they're coming tomorrow, and I feel like I kind of need them to sort of sort things out. I'm happy to have these boxes here today, but I think like keeping kits separated and stuff, I need some little baggies or something. Yeah, 21KB, I was looking at buying them. Any good? I think they're pretty good. There's a lot of people who I think will say like, oh yeah, 21KB is really really close to CRP. Like they're comparable. They're close. I don't. I will say like, okay, let me just. I'm gonna throw this out there. I don't think that 21KB's legending is perfect, and very specifically, there's one keycap legend that I really really hate, which is the 1.5 unit backspace that used for split backspace. I think for me as an HHKB guy, I don't like that legend that they put on that. Other than that, I think one thing is like people think 21KB is really good because of the thickness is crazy, and it's good PBT. So it's just kind of up to you. Like I'm really particular about like legends. For me, like, bro, I can't live with a 1.5 unit backspace. Literally typing on an HHKB hybrid. Take a look at it, cause I don't like it, but that doesn't mean other people don't like it too, you know? Yeah. So I'll say this. I think that there's a specific like typeface that gets used on like OG Cherry and GMK that I think is largely attempted to be like replicated among a lot of other double shot and die sub keycaps. And I think that like in terms of this idea of replicating that specific font, there's only a handful that I think are really really good at doing it. I think that CRP does it pretty damn well. There are some others where it's just like they're pretty good. Like I think that the Cherry PBT on like novel keys, I haven't seen it like super fully, but like right in front of me for like a long inspection time. But in terms of when I've seen it on other people's boards, it looks pretty good. I don't think 21KB legending wise is like on that tier of like the CRP type like replication of the legends. Yeah, and then there's some where it's like I definitely feel like I think that there's early rounds of Milky Way, I'm not sure if it got fixed, that don't look strong. There's like I think the KBD fans one is like it's okay. Yeah, I don't know. For me, I'm like kind of particular about it. But I don't think a lot of other people have the same sort of perspectives that I do. So 21KB, I'd say for the price, I think really strong. Especially if you go not through 21KB, get it overseas. I think it's going to be a lot cheaper, but with a lot longer shipping. So that's kind of what I have to say about that. Would I recommend it? Yeah, for like a set. Like I think at least to check it out, and I think at a good price. You could buy a set and then just kind of determine like, oh, is this good for me? For me, I think I have 2 sets and I'm like, I'm good on these 2 sets. Like, I'm not gonna be like a super CRP like fanboy, or sorry, 21KB fanboy. Yeah, so that's what I'll say about that. Okay. Okay, I have a couple of key sets that have just been sitting here. Here's Greg. And I have all this kitting for it too. So here's what I have all these zip bags coming in tomorrow. So I'm just like, I'm not sure if what I'm about to do right now is really even appropriate. But my goal is I need like essentially a bunch of Ziploc bags to sort my stuff out. One is like novelties go in a bag, like kits, they go in a bag, like whatever, like any individual kits go in a bag, right? And then the base kit doesn't all go in one bag. And in fact, a lot of these things probably won't go all in one bag. Like, I think like I want specifically like the 60 keys for an HHKB to go in a bag, and then the remainder of the base kit to go in a separate bag. But I'm also, my plan is also to, like, I wanted to use these extensions to just make it black on yellow. So it's like some of it will go into a bag, some of it won't. Then with that said, all these bags go into one of these boxes, and the Omni type 3x5 boxes I think sometimes just won't fit key sets when you have kitting that looks like this, and with the thickness and shapes of the Ziploc bags when you put it in there. So I just threw one cap set into one of those Omni type boxes until they were all in there. Yeah, like I think like I've had some issues when like I have sets with so much kitting. I've had issues with SA, like SP, like high profile, like high spherical SA keycaps, because it's literally like the volume of those keycaps are bigger, so they're not going to fit into those Omni type 3x5s. The 4x6s, the Advantis 4x6s are going to be a little bit better. So let's open this up and see what kind of happens here. So it looks like this is new boxing. Like, I've heard about the new GMK boxes, and let's see what we get here. I remember seeing that picture of like a roach getting kitted in, like literally a bug. That'll be a problem for future Anthixius. Okay. All right. Reviews on this on the new packaging. I would say slightly better. And that's kind of all I can say, because it's still obviously not perfect if it came out looking like this. All right, let's see what zip bags I just have before the ones tomorrow come in. I'd say it's not great. I have a bunch of these like random. There's like labels on them that say row 4. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Remember that picture, bugs are extra bonus? That was nuts, man. Okay, so these are all critical in my eyes. Critical. All right, so I'm gonna do this smart. I'm gonna arrange these all the way I want them now for HHKB. Black on yellow. HHKB, yes, absolutely. How many HHKB boards you got now? You could look at exclamation collection to see my collection. It's kind of a lot. Kind of a lot. All right. Left shift. Dude, are you a SE? What is an SE? Black eye, yeah. Wow. How much extra do you have to pay to turn a... Oh. Sabi, yes. Alright, how much extra do you have to pay to turn a meme set into a normal set? Whatever the extensions kit cost, I guess. I think... I don't know, I'd have to look it up. I think it was like... UCB... Where's B? What the... Is there no B? Wait a second. Hold on 1 second. Alright. I think I'm a front-end developer currently making my website. Man, I hate JS. Wait, there's a missing black on yellow B. So B is black. Okay, so this is supposed to come with like Alice B. Oh, okay, here it is. Oh my goodness. All right. And then so this comes with a black B and then a yellow B, which is interesting. And then I guess if you were to use, wait, yeah, there's no extra B in the space kit. So it's like if you're trying to go Alice with this, you use the spacebar, but one of your B's is gonna be black. That's kind of weird. I don't know. I find that kind of weird. You guys find that weird? I find that a little bit weird. Anyways, the extensions kit in stock right now is 70. I think it was down to like 50 or 55 in group buy. My brother. I just looked at your collection. All right, let's see. Where's the question mark? This is kind of weird. Like some of these. Oh, that's my. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think the extension kit, yeah, this kitting is a little bit messed up for Alice, I feel like. I mean, I guess, like, how do I put this? Who would be using Greg on Alice, though? Like, let's think about that. I think maybe that was the sort of the practicality of it, is that, like, this is a meme set, right? If someone was trying to use this on Alice, like, the image of Greg is kind of killed by it. But I think also if you tried to anyways, one of these I guess ought to be yellow. But the problem is that someone who's trying to non-meme it like I am doesn't have recourse for using two black on yellow Bs. That's the problem I have. So there, that's my complaint. That's where I want to go with it. And I guess like the number of people who are in my situation is probably just super low. Me, Greg, on it looks good on Alice. You got wonky eyes. I see. All right, FN. All right, Alt and Alt. What is this one? Oh, I guess this is 6.25. Okay. We're good. All right, so I guess until the point that I get new non-fucked up zip bags. Like these are all just like zip bags that I've just saved. So basically until tomorrow, I'll use these like crunched up ones. No HHKB hybrid in the collection. Heavy Grail is damn fine though. Did I not? Oh, let me see. I'll click on this. There's some filters at the top that should show them. Yeah, so the pre-built section has a Pro hybrid non-S, and then the Heavy Grail has the hybrid Type S. Fucked up. I mean, it'd be funny to put Greg on Alice board and then paint the center red like Greg got ripped in half. Jeez. The Pro Hybrid image didn't load up for me. Yeah, some of them is just like I didn't take a picture of them yet. All the photos on the site are on photo film. So it's like I can't really necessarily keep up super quickly. Because that relies on me having to shoot the photos, wait for the rolls to finish, then develop them, then scan them, then put them up. So I can't go that fast. And sometimes I lag super hard, so I throw on a bunch of like photo and available whenever I can't have kept up that quickly. All right, so the HHKB, this baggie, can finally start to put this in. Also, we've still only done like one roll, and we're like almost 2 hours in. So I gotta speed up. I have like 4 more rolls to do. One funny thing you could do with this extensions kit is you could put the Greg face on other keycap sets. And that's something that I'm like, I kind of want to see if other people would actually do that. I mean, honest, I don't know what rolls means. I'm clueless on cameras and photography. Okay, so today many people, I'm not even gonna say most. Today many people shoot photos with something that has a digital sensor. So like the concept of a digital camera. So like that would entail like DSLRs or mirrorless cameras, your phone cameras, other digital cameras that are like point and shoot, like just little handheld ones. Those are like digital cameras. Prior to the kind of big, like the big transition to using digital cameras in like the early 2000s, maybe even possibly late 90s, like photographs were often shot on what is called like film, photographic film, which end up being like it's literal physical film that is sort of rolled up into a small cylindrical canister. Um, in recent years, like it's kind of like it never really disappeared. It never really died out. But in recent years, I would say like within the last like, I don't know, 7-8 years or so, there's kind of been a trend towards people who want to go back to shooting photo film. I got back into it maybe about 5 years ago. So the idea is that like you shoot photos on this photographic film that are on these like film roll canisters, like these cylindrical canisters. And you have to sort of like delete or like not delete. You have to deplete or like finish like shooting shots on a given like roll of film before it's like finished, so that you can like process it physically. And so like rolls kind of like will for the most part on 35mm film be like you have to take 24 or 36 shots before like you can like finish it so that you can process it. So processing it is like a physical, like it's another physical part of the process, which is using a bunch of like photographic chemicals. This is interesting. Hold on, sorry. This new box is interesting, like the new packaging, because you can flatten this out, but I'm not really sure what you would really use this for if you end up throwing this away. So I'm like, I don't even know what I did with the other halves or the other parts of it. I guess it's right here. So you have to finish the entire roll before you can start working on the fix. The general answer to that question is yes. I mean, technically, you don't have to. Technically, you don't have to, but it's hugely weird / wasteful if you don't. Like, you can do one of two things, which is like roll the film back up before you're done, like before you've depleted like the actual length, or you can waste all the shots until you get to the end so that you can wind that all back. But in the last like 2 years, the actual prices of the physical photo film have gone up like crazy, to the point where it's like it's really like becoming cost prohibitive for a lot of hobbyists. Like, so it kind of sucks in that respect. But yeah, for me, I and most other shooters would, yes, like to finish an entire roll before you start working on it. So yeah, the idea is like you have this physical film that you have to keep like safe from light before it actually touches like liquid chemicals. And the liquid chemical process is like a process where you have to do things in a timed manner to the right temperature and in the right order before like the pictures will actually show on this like brown film, like essentially brown or orange colored film, which is like a film negative. And then you let that dry, and then you can actually scan it. And I scan it using a digital camera. So it's kind of like it comes all the way back around, where it's like, and that's kind of, I mean, what scanning is in general. Like an actual scanner, or for me, I use a camera as a scanner. A scanner is just a camera. And so let's see. Wrong thing again. Okay, like right here, this whole thing is a piece of film that was taken a picture of with a macro lens, so you can kind of look really deep and see like these are the actual, like what you're looking at is individual little grains. Well, right at this point here, it's like super pixelated. Let's see. These are individual like physical grains of the film that have been sort of turned this way due to how light was exposed to the film and the chemical process that went into actually developing it. And then I'm taking a picture of it with a digital camera. Guys, Ada's here. Next week on objects, newer generations don't comprehend. We tackle rotary telephones. Yeah, I don't have any information on rotary telephones. But yeah, okay. So this picture ends up showing up, and it ends up looking something like this. This is what the roll of film looks like, and then this is what it looks like when you pass light through it and then take a picture of it. And then there's software out there that goes in, can invert it into a photo that you think it should look like. Chris, have you ever considered shooting slide film? Since you aren't doing darkroom prints, the positive film could be advantageous. It makes sense for sure. I think one of the deterrents of shooting slide film was that within the last, like, you know, when I started shooting photo film, like at home kits for developing positive film weren't really readily available, but now they are. They are now. I just haven't got around to like doing it. One of the issues then that's remaining is the fact that like a lot of my photography comes in the dark. Like literally, like when I'm shooting, it's like kind of in dark situations, like at a concert or just like inside a home. And I haven't really been able to find a whole lot of positive film that has higher ISOs. So like it's like there's a lot of little parts of this that I get deterred by. So this is kind of just how it is. Yeah. Okay. I didn't actually finish doing any of this. So let's I need some, let's see. I need this. Cut this up. I think I might need some like longer bags to accommodate for like the space bars and these other two kits. Fair availability is certainly important. Yeah. Like if I were somewhat like, because I think there's a lot of photography and a lot of film photo shooters who are shooting basically things outdoor. So for them, it makes a whole lot of sense. For me, it makes a little bit less, unfortunately. Getting sidetracked, I love it. Well, my situation is I think I have to end in about 2 hours. I have to end around like 5. Getting dinner with Ada and her family, so I gotta end like around like 4:45 or 5-ish, get ready and then drive out. So I'm hoping I'm hoping that we finish the 5 rolls by then, but we've only gone through 1. I've talked a lot, gotten sidetracked, and we're trying to do this thing in between rolls that I just don't think we can reasonably do if I want to get all 5 rolls done. Alright, so I just don't think that these are going to fit. Yeah, I haven't shot for slide film since the mid-90s. I don't even remember what the ISOs were available back then, but I guess for most slides, people would want the smaller grain of slower film so that when they project it, it looks good. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. And I think, like, this is, it's an interesting thing. Like, I picture it as very interesting because the way that I shoot most definitely is, like, just really not optimal. Like, it's the reality. Like, the situations I find myself in to shoot are ones that, like, I think shooters should often not be in, especially film shooters. So it gets like a little bit challenging in that way, but I think the challenge is part of the art. And I say this because that, like, the idea is, like, when I shoot negatives, and when you see me like shoot negatives here, like at concerts, like, there's a lot that goes into getting this picture to be like this. Right? It's like, one is that I have to be there. with my camera, with my film, with the choice of the film, with the exposure settings, specifically here in this case, on a smaller compact camera. Then I gotta take this into chemicals, like, right? So it's like, then the choice of chemicals becomes important. Then what I do with those chemicals in terms of temperature and duration. Then when I bring it, like when I scan it, it's that like the light that I choose to shine through the film for when my DSLR camera, my choice of DSLR camera as a scanner, and my specific type of DSLR, shooting the light through this film to get a digital version of this, and then taking it into inversion software. It's like there's a lot that goes into what I think this photo becomes. And these are conscious choices that you have to make, because even that last step of your inversion software, you can dick around with that, right? Like how the inversion software for NLP versus like more classical types of digital scanners like a Frontier or a Noritsu, or your Epson at home flatbeds, anything like that, is just like your inversion is going to be different, and you can trick it to be different. And then even past that, once you're done doing the tricking, or once you're done doing what you think is like natural, you can still make adjustments to get the photo the way you want it to look. So it's like, it's weird, right? Like when I look at it, the whole process of shooting film then becomes an art, in terms of like that process. Every given part of it was your choice of the artistic process. And I think it becomes a little bit more complicated than what I think a lot of trending film photographers talk about when they say that they like film. There's more to the conversation, I think, from my perspective. So, yeah. I'm trying to look for a perfectly sized bag for this, because it's like requires me to put in a 6.25U spacebar in here, but I don't want the bag to be that big. The hipster in me wants to get some old disposable cameras and go shooting. And that's the other funny thing, is that like the barrier to entry is high-ish, but like kind of like it's high but not really, because it's like anyone could just go and do that. Like you could just buy like a disposable from like B&H for like $10. Like, it's like I encourage it. Like and that's the other thing too, is that like I douse myself in all this like very like what I think is like high priced and what I think is quality gear. But I also do not hate how like the disposable camera photography looks. Like I think that what you can get out of it in kind of the right situations can look really, really strong. So yeah, I don't know. All right, I'm just gonna go with an oversized bag here. Like I kind of want to use this for the next one, but how about this? This is like a space bar bag. Or what I could do... No, I'm not going to do that. Maybe. Yeah, here's what I'll do. I'll just not put this in a bag. There, and then I'll put the rest of these inside this one. Alright, I'm not going to lie. I think we're going to do this one more time in terms of trying to pack together a key set into one of these boxes, because it's just like I'm making it take way too long. It's not something that takes long. I'm just making it. All right. So all of Greg fits inside of a 4x6 in the way that I want it to. That's the key thing. The way that I want it to. You could probably dump out all the keys into a 3x5 Advantis or Omni type, and it'll fit. But like I want these all like separated in the way that I want it to, and then like the bags get funny when you do that, and then like it just kind of becomes oversized. But this is good. So we got Greg in a 4x6. All right. Here's what I'll do. I'll do 2 rolls in a row, and then we'll come back, and then open up GMK Alpine. We'll open up GMK Alpine and then throw this into another 4x6. Because that one definitely needs a 4x6. I got too many kits for it. But 2 rolls first. Oh my goodness. I stepped out of the room and I realized how much cooler it is out there. It's warm in here. It's super warm. For my sister's first marriage, all of the photos were from disposable cameras. It has a very distinct and interesting aesthetic / feel. Yeah, because like I think at some point you will start to see limitations of disposable cameras for sure. But I find that like in the right scenarios, they can be very solid. All right, this is already cut apart, so I don't want to cut this anymore. All right. Like one thing I noticed, so I've done this little project where I've like given out disposable cameras to other people and then just see what they want to shoot. And then I have them send it back to me. I do the developing and doing the scanning. I'm like, it's kind of amazing how you can definitely get like some really, really interesting, good shots out of a disposable. I don't want to say a whole disposable roll, but you can. It's not impossible. All right, I'm gonna do a couple of cleaning passes just to make sure that all the dust is off. Oh. Okay. Alrighty. Also, Ada, I don't know if you're still lurking. But I think the roll after this one, or just whenever, is gonna be the one from Ada's camera. So Ada, if you're still out there and watching, that's gonna hopefully be a scan that I do today. Hopefully. Okay, I've got to change this up. This right here, I think still ends up being Portra. So we can keep the same preset. Oh no. Do you want me to not? I can also refrain from it. If you don't want me to. Oh, hey. This is the Pilo roll. The shots from a disposable are very consistent to the point of being a bit cookie cutter / predictable, but that can definitely work depending on what you're trying to do, and I feel that type of photography very much speaks to my youth. Yeah, for sure. Like it's interesting because I think when you know the limitations of something like that size with like a fixed lens, the people behind the camera will end up shooting the way they like they end up shooting in a specific type of way for sure. And it can be very cool. Like it can be, but predictable is also a right word to to go with it too. So go ahead with mine. I have no idea what's on it. All right. There's Ada with a lot of dust. Even though I tried going like 3 passes of this, still ends up being tons of dust. There's this dust brush here, like in my setup. Like there's a physical chain here of equipment when I scan, and there's a brush that's supposed to like get the dust off, and it still seems to fail to do that, and it's kind of frustrating, not gonna lie. Hey, it's me. I know that guy. Paranoid Polaroid, welcome. Ice/infrared works nice with dust removal. Yeah, I hear that. I think, honestly, like, I hear that. Like, I used an Epson V800 a long while ago, and it was... I got I got some stuff to say about dust removal. I got some things to say. The concept behind ice is really, really cool. Like, it's really, really cool, the concept behind ice. I love the idea. I think that my experience, my practical experience with it hasn't been super great. My practical experience. So I'll just go through my experience, because I will say that, like, it's kind of limited-ish. So I used a V800 to scan a lot of film, like probably a couple hundred rolls of film. And I would just like live with it. And what ended up happening is that, like, I wanted to get my scans, like all of them, at the highest possible resolution that I think would fit or be appropriate for me, given the actual V800 scanner that I have, or that I had. And I think the biggest issue that I had with like doing like a flatbed type scan was just like, it was somehow it's supposed to make it easy, but like I'm like bending over and breaking my back just to try to, like, you know, shoot dust off in advance, and align the film properly inside of like the film alignment holders on the V800. And then after that, after the back breaking part of that, was that like the scans would always just take forever. Like you could set up 3 strips of 6 frames per holder on a V800. And then if you're trying to get them at really, really high resolutions and scan every frame, like this would take like, I don't know, hours. So it's like you'd kind of set it and forget it, but then like 18 frames would just take super long. So I have this DSLR scanning setup where it's like a singular frame takes us, you know, 1/60th of a second. And I love that. But the problem is that like you have to be like really, really diligent about how you handle like dust removal. Like I'm wiping this film with a microfiber cloth multiple times, and then I have like this anti-static brush that like sits in before like the film holder to try to get more dust off, and it still kind of fails to do what I think I'm supposed to do. So I can go into either here in Lightroom to do some like simple dust removal, or I could take it into Photoshop and like, you know, kind of spot heal things out, patch tool, whatever. And that's like kind of like, that's fine, but it's also like that part of it is long, but at least it's like I'm not bent over, I'm not like waiting like a billion years. So that part's okay. My issue separately with ice/infrared was that like when I was using my V800 and in combination with like a pretty highly paid version of Silverfast, is that like I would see what was happening with the actual ice process, and you could see where like the dust lived and existed. But the way that it would auto heal, like the actual where the dust was, ended up being really ugly. Like when you would zoom in at like a 100% or more or whatever, whatever it was, like you could see the weird like it would be like weird kind of not super nice brush strokes that would kind of auto fill this in. And I don't know, I don't know if it's a Silverfast thing, but like I could not figure out how to just get the template of where it would spot where the dust was so that I could heal it myself. If that was a thing, like if you could like separate that and then just like be able to place that over in Photoshop and then do the healing yourself, I would have loved that. I just never figured out how to do that. Like I'm not sure if that's something I needed to use ViewScan for or just like some kind of other ice software that would fit with a V800. I just never figured it out, and then I just gave up. Like I just went to this DSLR thing, and it's pretty like when I first got this setup, I loved it, and I still do. I think overall it's like I found the limitations of what a DSLR scanning setup are, but overall I would still do this 100 out of 100 times over like a flatbed scanner with ice or infrared. ViewScan gives you a raw TIFF with the infrared layer inside. I see. So in that respect, I probably should have just used ViewScan, but like I don't even have the scanner anymore. So like I was just like, well, I don't know. I'm just not gonna do it, I guess. So I knew that a lot of people had a lot of good things to say with ViewScan. So but I never gave that like a super good shot. Maybe I should have, for as much as people were saying good things about it. So I mean it's kind of silly. Sinvec, does anyone else love how Chris's stream is always story time? Yeah, I know, it's really bad, huh? Digital photo sensors have come such a long way. I would be surprised if you couldn't get a fast high-res flatbed these days. They're just pricey. I mean, like I think in general, like what would go into like doing good scans, like it's always, there's always going to be some give and take. I think that's just the way I look at it. And I think that's just a general thing about everything, right? Like I mean, there's some give and take here with this DSLR film scanning, so yeah. But yeah, it's freaking slow scanning some 50 rolls here, 16 left to go. Yeah, it's just it always just took forever, and I mean in this respect it doesn't, so I'm good. Like okay, so that's my story time. I stopped to talk about it when I should have just continued scanning. Oh my god, is this the photo? Hey! Ada, I don't know if you're still lurking, but I got this photo with Pilo, and I don't think you could see my boogers. Oh man, I was so nervous. I was like so starstruck, and afterwards I became like really embarrassed because I think I had a bunch of boogers when I went back to the car. He asked me, like, because I handed the camera to Ada to take the shot, and then afterwards he asked me, is that film? I was like, yeah. I told him I'd send it to him afterwards. So I guess I can. So this is my friend Kat. I hadn't seen her in like, since the pandemic. And she started doing all this like florist stuff, like a lot of really cool florist stuff, and she does like big things, like big presentations, big events. And then she convinced Pilo to come over, and so I was able to get a lot of shots here. ViewScan can do dual saving of a raw TIFF and a DNG with dust removal. If something comes up later, just load the raw TIFF into ViewScan and redo the processing. Having the raw scan data is must for archival. Yeah, like I can 100% see where like that was a workflow that I really wished that I had, and in retrospect wished that I had known. Wish that I had known of. But with that said, like how do I put this? You could call it copium, but like for me, like I have zero regrets. I have zero regrets with moving on to a situation where like as a photographer, like for me, like I think that there's a very high level of artistry that goes into the whole general topic of film photography. But the idea of doing archival level work is not where my artistry is. so so yeah, that's kind of what I'll say. Okay, you want to see? Okay, so this right here. So I'll show this, and you could kind of see how this is what this is. It's let me move this a little. So this is my microphone right here. I have so I'll explain everything that's in this setup. If you need speed, use what works. It's not solely just that I need speed. It's more that like I mean, maybe it's speed, but it comes down to like volume, cause like I shoot a lot of photo film. Like there just ends up being a lot of like by volume I shoot a lot of it. So it's like the V800, like it's just like I didn't like it. I didn't like the speed, and I maybe I guess that's what it was. It wasn't fun. Like it didn't spark joy, and this does. But anyways, this is a Kaiser copy stand, and a pretty robust one that I bought because my film scanning setup has been like pretty heavy. So the choice of copy stand became important given the weight that you have to hold. And this is a D750 with a Nikon 105 macro lens. Meanwhile, sitting on the copy stand base itself is negative supply equipment. And so I remember going into 2020 or so, like people were starting to talk about negative supply, and there were a lot of people who were complaining about how it was kind of a scam, or like it's just like really overpriced. 100% it is / was sorry, this is kind of in the way. It is / was really expensive. With that said, I still found it worth it. Like I don't regret. like I've never used one of those like the littler dedicated film scanners, which I guess would also be good. But right here is like there's this film holder that has a mechanism that like uses I don't know what you call them, but it's just like you turn this dial and then like it squeezes out, like, or just like it rolls out the film through it. So it's like, you see what I mean? So underneath that I have like I think this is a 99 CRI light shining through it. And it's just like perfectly sized to this sort of like this pro mount that the actual film holder attaches to. And then there's like this little sort of anti-static brush that's supposed to remove this dust, but sometimes fails to do so. Sprockets, is that what you call it? I don't know. It's just like they're rollers. Like the film like passes through these rollers, and you just like the rollers are controlled here by this dial or this knob. So yeah, and then like I like for me, I pay personally, I pay no mind to just like doing a lot of the dust healing like in Photoshop or Lightroom. So oh yeah, oh my god, guys, I gotta tell you guys, favorite ramen. Like for me, like I don't eat meat. So when it comes to like vegetarian or vegan ramen, hands down my favorite is a spot in San Francisco called Hinodea. I thought it was really good. Like they do a creamy ramen, so I guess it might be like a soy milk or something, I don't know. No issue with light coming from the side. Would you not put the lens in a box? So I have a hood. Like this is a pretty big hood. I know that like negative supply, they produce like a reverse hood that comes out of the actual holder. For me, I don't know. Like I don't find that there's a huge problem. Like for example, like here's what I'll do. Let's just experiment, right? Let's do an experiment. Okay. So I'm not gonna get this room perfectly dark, but let's start this by just like putting in as much light as possible. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna turn on all of my lights in this room, and I have the blinds wide open, and we're streaming in the daytime, which I never do. So okay, here's like as much, and I'm gonna close this door so that like this door is white so that it'll reflect more light. Okay, here's what I'll do. Watch this. Okay, so you're seeing like how bright it is, right? Let's go back here, and I'm gonna take a picture of like this photofilm scan, and there's a hood on this lens, right? So here it is. Oh shoot. Let's go. This is not a good one, is it? Let's go back to this guy right here. Unfortunately, I'd already advanced it. But let's move this back. Okay. So I've shifted it slightly, but there's like the same preset, right? So like there is a little difference, I think, in color, I think. But let's keep it there, and then I'll turn every single one of these lights off, and I'll close the blinds. And let me think of what else I could do. I mean, it's like I could try dimming my computer screens. Whoa, shit. I could try dimming my computer screens. I don't know. I could do a lot of stuff, right? Okay. So now there's like significantly less light here, right? It's pretty dark. It's not complete darkness because I still have like light leaking out, like the actual natural daylight leaking out through these blinds. But let's take this picture now and just kind of see and compare. Let's see. Okay. So is this totally different? It's kind of different. You can kind of see it, right? But let's see. Let's remove the presets here and like look at the photo film. Okay, back and forth, like the raw scan itself, I don't know. Maybe this is not a good way to judge, but like when I just look at the raw scan itself, I don't personally see a huge difference, right? It's kind of there. You can kind of see it. I'm not sure. There's also this fact that I'm streaming right now, and I'm not sure what OBS is sending to Twitch and what Twitch is playing back at 6,000, you know, whatever. But in terms of quality, like I can see that there's a slight difference when I turn all the lights on and when I turn them off, right? But the thing is that like I'm using the software called Negative Lab Pro, which is gonna do some like kind of, I guess, smart detection of what's in the photo to run the inversion to put it to what they think you might want this to look like, right? And once that happens, and once I go through, like the fact is like ViewScan, Silverfast, Epson, a Noritsu or Frontier software, or NLP, Negative Lab Pro, is all just software to like kind of guess where you think you want this photo to be, right? NLP will kind of do, I think it does a little bit more than maybe what you might want it to do. I think like a lot of like Epson, Silverfast, ViewScan is going to do the same thing. And then you'll go and make adjustments after, right? Once you do that, I mean, the photo, like, how do I put it? Like the photo is yours. Like it's yours to do. So, to sort of deal with. And I think that, again, there are some people where maintaining like a significantly high level of accuracy for archival level purposes, this will matter. A lot of this will matter, but you're probably not doing this on a DSLR. You're probably doing this on like a drum scanner or something. And in that case, I'm just like, I don't know. Like for me, there's the artistry of all the steps, but like it's like for me, I'll just keep the blinds open. Yeah. So that's how I feel. All right. It's super hot right now, and I think it's because, like, I don't know, the heat and the light, stuff like that. I don't know. I gotta get this, like, fan up or something. Okay. Yeah, this preset isn't perfect for indoors, but you can see like I thought it was pretty good outdoors. But when you start, okay, here's another thing. Like, I don't know. I was about to go off on a rant that no one asked for. The graph didn't show much. Oh yeah, let's take a look at the histogram too. Yeah. There is a difference in the histogram for sure. There definitely is. Now that you point that out, I wasn't even looking at the histogram up here in the corner, but like, it moves a little. That's actually for certain. It does. And to be honest, that moves a little bit more than I would think that it does. But in terms of how the photo looks, it's pretty close. We're here for rants. I don't know. I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, okay. So yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. Take a look. This right here is just like, it's a Negative Lab Pro inversion that I saved as a preset, and I have like a billion of these. So like it's just like I have these for different roles that I hadn't even identified yet. I got a billion of these. So like sometimes like I'll invert one photo and then just save it as a preset, and then I'll paste it into everything else as I need to. The problem is that like when you're running this inversion, the inversion is a software process, right? What works for one photo might not work for another, because this is indoors at a restaurant. This is outdoors. I think for outdoors, this looks pretty good. I haven't even run an NLP inversion for this photo, just a previous preset inversion or inversion preset looks pretty good for it, but it looks bad for another. So that's the same exact roll of film, same stock, same everything, same roll of film. One photo doesn't look as good as the other, but you could see that like this, like when you look at the edges of the film, they look the same, right? The 11A looks the same as the 12A, right? So what does that mean? Like, where am I going with this? There's two directions that I want to go with this. So I'll go with the big one first, which is that like, if you're trying to produce like a good photo, how you tend to the colors of it is like it relies on the photo, like the content of the photo. And so like I think about this from a digital standpoint, where it's like you are going to have to make adjustments. The software itself, the inversion software itself, is making those adjustments for you as best as it can, but you might still want to on top of that. And I think about that. I've never done a color darkroom print. I've done like black and white darkroom prints when I was like 7 years old, but I haven't done any kind of darkroom print since. But I think about when you're actually doing analog prints, I can't imagine that it's very different than this conversation. Like the way that you're handling a darkroom print for this photo is probably going to be different in terms of how you handle it for this photo, because otherwise it just wouldn't look like a good photo. Right? So with that said, it's that like I think there's like a misnomer when there are, I think some of these like sort of trendy film photographers and saying, oh, I like film photos because you don't need to do anything. And it's like, well, there's nothing stopping you from still doing things to make the photo look better. There was nothing stopping like a lab from like putting together some adjustments to get the photo the way that you think they think that you would like it when you receive it from them, from a lab. And I'm just like it's like, what is this argument we're having? I think it's like, I look at it like I like the artistry of film photography, and that's what I've been saying this whole stream, and what I say in many of my streams. But I expected some visible light spots. Yeah, that's why I'm happy with ViewScan giving me a raw, because I'm still fiddling with the processing. I might have to redo some later. I actually note down the exact film type and hope I find some color mappings. Yeah. Okay, the other direction I wanted to go in is sort of like, I'm still trying to determine really how I feel about a specific topic, which is, you see like on Instagram, and sometimes online. Professional labs used to have tables with chemicals and development duration for various film types. Um, like, I'll agree that that's true. Like, I don't necessarily know if that's okay. How do I put this? I'm not sure if what you're saying is like a counter argument or anything, but like, how do I put this? Okay, so let me try something while we're doing this. Okay, so I'm gonna go through and do an NLP inversion on this particular photo. I'll just do this. So I've reset this to a negative, and then the process for NLP is calibrate the white balance to be what the actual film is. So I go through like the space between the frames, cut it down to the actual frame, and then we pull up NLP, and then I hit this convert negatives button. And it's trying to figure this out, sans any extra information, what this is supposed to look like. And this is what NLP came up with. And the thing is, this box comes in and you can determine whether or not you actually like this. I don't. I think this looks too blue. So like I could go and hit this, like, you know, change the white balance of the Negative Lab Pro's positive version of the negative. And I don't say positive, I say their version of the positive of the negative. And I hit this button, auto warm. I like this a little bit better. And so if I uncrop this, I can compare it to that previous preset we used, and it's a little bit different, right? I like this better. I think this is what they meant to go on. I mean, Kodak on code would give labs the exact way to get accurate colors out of film types. True, but let me see if we can try something here. I'm gonna sync this then to an indoor photo. So I sync this to this indoor photo, and so you tell me, like, let's speak on. I don't want to say that this photo is 100% accurate. Like, this is like a roll of Kodak Portrait that I have done everything to this point. You know, it's just like I processed it, I've scanned it, I ran some inversion on it, and for me, I like the way this photo looks. I don't know it, like, however, I don't know if this is accurate to what a negative inversion was intended to look like by Kodak, or by, you know, like a professional lab today or a professional lab 30 years ago. I don't know. But for me, I like this. And let's just pretend then that whatever this was supposed to look like based on a modern lab, a lab from 30 years ago, or Kodak, let's pretend that like there's some relation between this photo I like and the way that they would have done this, right? Let's use that as a baseline. I like this versus Kodak. Let's use that, right? Two separate things, but let's tie them together. Now, I have pasted in this exact inversion process to this indoor photo. I do not like how this looks. This, like, it just looks too like red. Like, for me, I just don't like it. So now let's talk about how this previous one had the I like this versus Kodak. How Kodak wants you to, you know, invert this. Let's shift this down here. This was the same inversion that I had just done that I now no longer like. How Kodak would have done it is the same here, right? So my question then becomes, like, there's no way that, like, I can just, like, you know, like, happily, like, you know, snap, like, do a snapshot and then produce a picture that would come back, like, from a lab that I would like. It's that, like, the difference then would be that, like, I would have to, like, you know, optimally light this and optimally use filters on my camera to get this photo to look like the way I would want it to look at the very end of it all. And how do I put this? It's like, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. But it's like, well, you can make these adjustments in post too. Like, you see what I mean? Like, it's just like, Like that was kind of it, right? I don't know. I'm not sure if the argument I'm trying to make here makes a whole lot of sense. But when you take the negative into the darkroom and create a print, 2 exposures on 1 roll of film could need different filters, and darkroom work to create a good print, which is the yes, exactly. Like I would need some type of filter either at the point of taking the shot, or I need to somehow filter it in the darkroom, or just like somehow post shot, but pre-print. And I think now that we're in the age of digital where it's like, well, this is not that good of a photo, right? Like let's face it, this is a picture of like a chili crunch at a restaurant with a bunch of shit all over the table. This is not a good photo, right? But like let's just for the sake of argument, it's like if the purpose of this is just to post it on Instagram and keep it digital, like there's this weird like analog or non-analog with where the darkroom print, like the age of you only had darkroom prints was, which is that like any adjustments you'd make in the darkroom is the same adjustments I'm making in Lightroom, which is probably where they came up with the name, right? And the thing is, well, all these adjustments are digital, so it's just like I could just do whatever I want at this point. In which case, why wouldn't I just rerun this inversion in my inversion software? And then like have the inversion software try to figure it out, right? Because it's going to produce something a little bit different. I gotta deselect this. And I'm getting further away from a relevant argument, but I'm just kind of showing this off at this point. So like this looks like it makes more sense, right? Like I think, like I could warm it up a little bit, I could cool it down, whatever. But in general, what it had opted to do during the inversion process is something that makes a little bit more sense now at this point. Okay. So then I'm going to go for like 2 minutes on a different tangent. There are these Instagram photographers and like just online photographers, and you can see here like where it's cut off on the side, everything is now totally blue on this previous photo here, which is like, that's not accurate to it. But there are these photographers who will like keep the film borders, and it's like I kind of get it. Like it's a vibe, like it's artistic, like it makes people know that you shot it on film. But I think a problem with that, and this is my separate rant, is that like, yeah, like you really want people to know you shot it on film, which is like, how do I put this? Like, I think that's the hipster in some people, but I think there's also just a couple of separate problems with that, which is that like, if you want people to focus more that you shot it on film than the actual content or composition or just the overall quality of the photo, then like it's taking that away. But it's also taking away from the fact that like you're no longer in the photo. You're looking at like the actual like how do I put this? It's that like I'm now taken away from the scene of this dirty restaurant table that I messed up. The restaurant's not dirty. The table is dirty because I dirtied it. Because I love this place. But I'm no longer in the photo. Right? I'm no longer in the photo. I am now on the film. And so like, yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like that's kind of been removed from it. So I still shoot or I scan with the film borders because it's helpful to know where I am numbered on the roll. But at this point I don't really do this. Like I don't really show off the film borders really as much anymore, so. Most cases, white balance will do the job, but I had a few cases where I did struggle to get the colors accurate. It was too long ago to remember what it looked like. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'll shut up now. I have like an hour 15 left, maybe an hour, before I want to be able to end the stream and comfortably so that I could get ready to leave for dinner plans. Uh, and I still have 3.5 rolls left. I'm I'm losing my optimism that I will finish if I don't keep telling stories and rants. I will make it my goal to keep you distracted. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, okay, by the way, guys, Hinodea. Oh, this is still all this dust here. Okay, I'm gonna wipe this down again. There's dust flying around. Hinodea, San Francisco, my favorite vegetarian ramen, hands down. Creamy ramen's so good. They throw on this like roasted kale that just is like so good. And then they got that tabera. Oh my god, that tabera. You throw it in the creamy ramen, just it hits you with like not only just like a little bit of spice, but a lot of flavor. Oh my god, so good. Have not had a vegetarian ramen as good as there. And San Francisco has, I think, 2 locations. One is in the financial district, and the other one is in Japantown. Straight out, the scanner posts are not allowed to inverse the film. Yeah, like that's the thing. Is that like, and this is what I tell people. Like the only real natural thing about like 35 millimeter photography on a negative is the physical negative. That's the only thing that's real. Like, and that's, I think that's what makes, I guess, like positive, like positive slides like so special, is that like then you actually have the real photo like on film that you'd have to choose to shine a light through. But like this is the same, it's kind of still the same idea, is that like the only real thing about film photography is the physical film that you have and in your hands and that you can look at in your eyes, like with your eyes. It's like, I don't know. That can be our artistic statement of the process as part of the conversation, but that is definitely some hipster art student snobbery. I like this photo. It's a good photo. I did a photo series in college that was all shot with a pinhole camera that used 35 millimeter, cut the exposures, blended into each other intentionally. And the fact that it was on film and time on the film was part of the concept. Sorry. And time on the film was fluid, was part of the concept. So for that, I left the sprocket holes. But that's so artsy fartsy. Yeah, that's definitely a that's definitely an art project. And so I like it's funny. This is a funny thing too, is that like I never went to school for art. So it's that like, you know, you learn what you can, and I think that like some of it is you have to do it. Some of that is that like you have to look it up or you have to talk to other people. I think like the internet, us being in the age of internet, is definitely super helpful. But I think there's also a lot of weirdness with the internet. Like it is not the case that all the best photographers and all the best photography teachers and art teachers in general, it is not the case that they are all on the internet for you to learn from. So it's like, where can you go? It's like you could watch YouTube and look up a bunch of, you know, photography content creators, and you can learn as much as you can from them. But like you still are not certain that like what you're learning is right, or if like you're being like swayed to a bias that's like kind of, and this is like kind of a separate topic, but yeah, okay, let's see. What I do is leaving flaws in, light leaks, etc., but otherwise I don't stylize at all. Yeah. I think um, it's funny. It's funny because as I move along personally, um, I think the funny ridiculous thing is, um, I like this photo. This is a great photo that Ada shot. Um, how do I put this? At the end of the day, I think I want a good photo. Right? At the end of the day, did you create an image that you liked and communicated what you wanted? If so, it's at least not wrong. Yes. 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 Ooh. Yeah, this didn't end up being so hot here. We watched I forget her last name. Atsuko. Atsuko. She did stand-up comedy. She was really good. But I always forget her last name. Yeah, these shots didn't turn out great at all. Completely unusable. It's Chris after the Salt and Pepper concert. Where was this? I wonder where this was. Oh, Cal Academy of Sciences. I forgot where I was going with my last rant. I don't even remember what I was saying. I talk too much. This was cool. We're at the Academy of Sciences, and like they have these like Thursday night, like they call them nightlife events, where it's just like, it's the same museum, but people are like drinking alcohol, and it's nighttime, and it's great. And we'd gone to a couple of this. Like I've been to these like for years, but A and I have gone to some of these like recently, and then we realized like there's this like room that I thought was like closed off because it had doors and they were closed. But most recently, this visit we went to, we just saw people going into this room that I didn't think was accessible, and then yeah, they had some cool stuff in there. Oh, I kind of remember what I was saying, sort of. Um, I'm not a big light leaks guy. I'm not a big, like, I know that there's some people who like I was watching, or I was seeing this lately, where like people would like soup their film, and like I know that they kind of like sell stuff like that, too. Like there's just some places that sell like film that has been creatively uh finicked with. I don't know. I'm not really like a big fan of it. Like I think there's a weird part of me that's kind of like, um how do I put it? I'm gonna go get the next roll while I try to figure out how to have that conversation. Because like there's some words that I want to say that I don't know how to put them together. All right, 2 rolls down, 3 hours in. All right. So here's I think I have some of the words, and I think it's a little bit weird. Also, by the way, Ada, if you're still lurking, I believe that this is the roll of film from Ada's camera. This is Pro 400H, which has been discontinued on 35. Oh shoot! I wanna wipe this down a little bit. Oh, don't listen to this. Why is this on here? This is like my instrumental playlist, yet for some reason Cardi B most definitely isn't instrumental there. Okay. Okay, so yeah, Ada, if you're out there, I'm about to scan this roll. So this was we loaded up a roll of Pro 400H like over a year ago, a long time ago. Maybe close to 2 years ago, which is kind of crazy. And we only just like we found that camera again. And this was before it got discontinued. We found that camera again, and then we were just trying to finish this off. So there's some photos on here that are like at least 2 years old, and so I'm like very curious to see them. Almost done with third roll with this slow. How long does a roll take, and like what resolution are you scanning at? Just wondering. All right, G. Let's call this Ada. Ada 01. 1. Gmock, what'd you choose to do with your photos? Gmock, welcome back. Whether you have flaws in it or do whatever else, to the people looking at photos, they will interpret it as your style regardless of what you think you're doing. I think it's more helpful to shoot and edit photos with the aim of being for yourself and not think what others think of it. Yes. Yes. I how do I put this? There's a perspective that I have that's a little bit weird. I don't want to use the wrong words. I don't want to use the wrong words, but I most likely will. I think that's 100% true. I think that there's a lot of people who can and should and do produce the art for themselves, and I think that that's important, and that's powerful, right? I think what's really hard though is trying to do that and like as an artist like survive. This is why I'm not a full-time artist, you know? It's just it seems so hard. That seems like super hard. All right, let me find a Pro 400H preset, and we'll just go from here. And how do I put it? Like, yeah, this doesn't look like a good preset at all. I envy and don't envy artists at the same time, you know, for it, right? Because it's like, it's crazy. It's like actually crazy. Like I envy the love, but it just seems hard to sustain. Oh, everything is upside down. I think this whole roll will be, and sometimes Lightroom / my camera doesn't auto rotate it. This was Ada's purple tofu we built in July of 2020, and we threw on VOC with the alt alphas. Do you have pics of me? I don't think this one, this set of rolls had pictures of you in it, unfortunately. I need to go and develop some of this stuff. All the 120 rolls. I was supposed to do it like yesterday so that I could scan like 11 or 12 rolls today. But it probably a good thing I didn't, because I'm on roll number 3 hours in. So we're gonna have like another one of these. Pro 400, I loved Pro 400H. I still have like 25 rolls of it that I'm just like too nervous to use. I loved it for concerts. Like it was a 400 ISO like film that I was always so happy to use at concerts, but I'm just like, I don't know, I'm just too bashful about using it because I'm just like, I don't want to run out. 4K 90 megabytes DNG, 20 minutes for batch of 8 frames. I see. Are you doing 120 or is it 35? So yeah, I think I gave this must be 2 years ago. I was a lot skinnier then. All right, this is most definitely not the colors. We're getting a helpful preview, but these are definitely not at all the colors, and so we can do an inversion, a re-inversion later. Ada, if you're still out there lurking, this is your roll of film. Okay, sorry, I was trying to mention a little bit earlier is that like, I think one thing I like to think of, or just like, do you ever shoot medium format? I do. I brought my Contax 645 with me down to LA and Las Vegas. So I have 6 rolls of 120 that I still need to develop, and then we'll have a scanning stream for that, and hopefully that won't take a million years like this one is. $35, but I have no hurry starting in October last year. Right on, right on. These are interesting. I think we had a little bit of hand blur on some of these. Oh, I think this was right when I first set up the string lights on the ceiling. Wow, when was that? Okay, so okay. Sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. I just realized you're physically moving the scanner. Yes, yes. So the film is passing through this. Yes. And it's being like, there's a light underneath that's shining through the film, so that like you can get the depth of colors when you take these digital photos as scans. Oh, I'm excited for this. What is this? That needs a re-inversion. Probably many of these will. Alright, well, I'm just gonna proceed like everything's okay. And we'll re-invert later. I think this is outside. My stepdad used to have an old Hasselblad that was a lot of fun to use, but I don't think he has any more Smoj. Super Smoj. Alright. Alright. For the millionth time. What I was going to say was, and I hope I'm not using the wrong words, but I most definitely am. I think one thing I wanted to move towards when I think about shooting, and when I think about presenting work, and this is a big thing, right? Is like, I shoot film. I shoot film willingly, and as I've mentioned, oh, this is twisted. as I've mentioned, I think there's an artistry to the whole process, and that's why I shoot film. But I think in terms of when it comes to style, when it comes to the content of what I'm shooting, and how I'm shooting, I think that like I'm trying to move away from this idea that like I want like that it's obvious that I'm shooting film. Like I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to present it like, oh yeah, I'm a film shooter. Like why not just be a shooter? Like why, like at some point I feel like I want to stop making it so obvious. Like in fact, part of me is like maybe I should, maybe what's to strive for is like obviously good photos that I personally like, but like ones that get close to where you don't know exactly, you know, the medium. Like, is it digital? Is it film? Is it a good camera? Is it a bad camera? Like, you just want to produce a good photo. And if you present it like that, then I don't know. I feel like there's, I don't know. I like that. Why are these colors so washed? I'm using a Pro 400H preset that I just had on hand. But we'll do a re-inversion and hopefully we can get these colors right. I'm gonna go through it. Okay, so I was remembering there was another thought from like 30 minutes ago that I had that I never finished that I just remembered. Oh, this one Ada had just moved, or no, well after. Actually, this might have been recently, because I think we still had like 12 exposures left. We had 12 exposures left, and I think we just took these photos. Alright, so some of these did actually turn. Some of these did turn out, so I was worried that some of these would not be like visible, like it wasn't being exposed properly. There are some, I don't know if you guys like watch like photographers on YouTube. I know that there's like, you know, definitely like a niche of film photographers on YouTube, but even more broadly, just photographers in general on YouTube. And I don't think this one creator was unique in saying this, but it's that like one interesting thing is that like when you're actually going and presenting a body of work, I mean obviously it should just be the best, the best of the best of the best work, really. And these photography streams that I do are really interesting, I think, in a way, because you're seeing everything. You're seeing all the very bad stuff. Like, I'm not pre-culling these, like, at all, by any stretch. Okay, I think possibly here is where Ada may have opened the camera to check to see if we still had stuff going on in here. Let's see if anything more can become visible. Or maybe that's just it. Maybe that was the end of the roll. 36A. Yeah, that's like pretty much just it. I think that was a point I was trying to make on the last roll, or even the first roll. Okay. All right. Let's go and re-invert, because there's a lot of colors that shouldn't look like this. And we also have to rotate a bunch of these because a lot of them are upside down. All right, I very specifically want to look at these. Oh, this is really dense. By any chance, are you talking about Grainy Days? I feel like he presents most of his shots, even though they're kind of ass. Sorry. Okay, what I was mentioning here. This ended up being really weird. The density was kind of nuts. So I gotta adjust this. I wasn't talking about Grainy Days. I was talking about well, I don't know. Again, like I don't think it's a super. I don't think it's a super uncommon notion to like just not necessarily try to show every single thing. Specifically, the creator I was thinking of was Jared Polin. And it's just a conversation of like like the fact that especially when you talk about digital shots, like you could end up like with thousands, hundreds or thousands of shots, like if you're shooting an event. But I think that also applies to the fact that like, yeah, this is a little crazy. Somehow this density is like of this film has caused this to be really, really odd. In a way that I didn't think it would. Okay. My context is that I'm not sure of anyone who was here while I was scanning my first roll, which was at a Keshi show. But many of those shots were very bad. Many of those shots were very bad and like kind of like uncontrollably bad. Let's see if there's like adjustments we can make here. Oh boy. Like I'm trying to adjust the white balance like before I run NLP to see if there's anything we could do. But it's hard because that's like as blue as it goes. These are interesting ones, right? Just because like the overexposure here and the way it's kind of been captured by the camera and then the way it's kind of being read by NLP is like it's not doing this very many favors with regards to producing like an accurate picture. But I guess this does have like sort of a a vibe to it. The discolorations around this product, yeah, and that's kind of an interesting thing that is worth noticing, right? Like it's the film alignment inside of this particular camera, I forgot what the camera was, is a little bit off. And that's not a bad thing. I don't know. To some it may not be a bad thing, I guess. But it's definitely producing some like an interesting look here, and I think in general with these really highly overexposed shots, interesting look is pretty much what we can get. Not necessarily one that's accurate, but interesting is there. I think some people would definitely love this type of a look. I think. Are you saying NLP, the only meaning for that argument I know? Sorry, I apologize. The plugin is called Negative Lab Pro. Like this is sort of the inversion software that I'm referring to whenever I say inversion software. Apologies if that was confusing at all. I kind of want to redo this one. This one looks really cool. And I think that maybe there's a way. Maybe there's a way. Apologies for the confusion again. Can you limit the white balance area? I think that might throw the leak off. Yeah. It's like let's for example, so here's probably a really good one to go with. Let's see what we could do here if I cut this off. Color-wise, I think this is getting killed. This is really getting killed. Okay, here's a question. In Lightroom, like, is there any way to go past like the left and rightmost boundaries of like things like temperature? Because I want to keep going left. Acronyms, the worst. Can you type it in? I don't think it goes further past 2000. So like if I do 1000, yeah. A number between 2000 and 50,000 is required. Like I think there should be a way here. Let's see. No. All right, let's. Masking. Let me think. Let me think. Let's play with Lightroom. Yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking about like if I just like, for example, export as like I don't know, literally the same exact thing. Get rid of that. Okay. Now it's like I can mess with this even further. So this is now like a TIFF. Whoa. Unconvert. I don't think like it kind of gets us further to where maybe that's kind of how I wanted the photo to look, but not really. As opposed to like if I try to do this same inversion here, with the white balance not that. Let's also try to run the pre-saturation up higher. Let's see, so how different are these? This one definitely came out more blue. Whereas if I pulled this blue even further back, then that blue, it doesn't end up being in that positive inversion of the actual NEF raw file. So it's like, this is kind of how I want it to be, but that's kind of annoying that I would have to do that. And I just wish that I could pull this temperature down further now rather than having to like export it as a TIFF, but whatever. Okay, let me try to it's like it's better than before. Let's try to sync this up. Oh yeah, this didn't like that at all, unfortunately. Oh wow, that's ridiculous. Let's just leave it like this for now. Like, I'm sure there's something I could just do later. Okay, so I think this is the end at exposure number 16. This was the end of like Ada and I taking photos with this camera back in like 2020. And then starting in frame number 17 is literally like 2 weeks ago. Okay. So I randomly only just chose those like super highly overexposed ones to start reinverting, but might as well go back and do some of these actual more usable photos. Because I'm sure like with this, there's probably like this is more sensible, right? So Fuji, we'll try some of these different options here. So it does retain kind of a washed out look, that's for certain. Let's see. Soft. There we go. Where was this? Oh, I know where this is. Okay. Near her light switches. All right, let's go back and also try some of these outdoor ones. I feel like these shots are really strong that Ada took way back in 2020. Maybe it was 2021, I don't know. Trying to see if I could tell what t-shirt I was wearing. Dude, I don't know, man. I really love Pro 400H. Pro 400H is so good. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna sync a lot of these to this photo and we'll work from there. I think these are less useful towards the end. Let's see what we get. Yeah, this looks a little bit more pleasing, I think. Well, not this. What is this? I can't tell what this is. So sad that they've discontinued this stock. I've got 8 rolls of 120 left. Wait, they're still doing 120 of Pro 400H, right? I know that 35 has definitely been gone for like, I don't know, a year and a half now. But I thought, I swear I'd still seen 120 400H. Yeah, like... It looks like 120 is still available, I think. Pretty sure it's gone? I don't know, this add to cart button looks pretty active. I have tried, I don't know, it's weird. I don't know how to explain this. I have had issues. Oh, is this upside down? Is that why? Is that why this doesn't make sense? That makes more sense. God. It's just that less people shoot 120, so there's still some available. I see. Okay, so I've mentioned this complaint many a time in the past, but it's time to make that complaint again. There are some film stocks where somehow, for some reason, I can't get them right. Like in terms of colors, like color negative film. Specifically like the very specific ones I can think of are Portra 400 on both 35 and 120. I think Ektar, I think on 120. I'm not sure about 35. But then very specifically Pro 400H, but only on 120. Somehow, some way, every single time that I've used them, I develop them, the negatives don't look right. And then I scan them and they don't look right. The colors don't look right. There's like I think what it is, if I understand the term correctly, is I get like crazy color crossover. And it's just so specifically weird because it's like Portra 800, perfect. Pro 400H 35, perfect. Ultramax like GC 400 on 35, perfect. Like there are these random film stocks that are perfect, and then there are these other random film stocks that are like I get these crazy color crossover issues that I haven't figured out. But is that an issue with the chemistry? I don't know. that's the crazy thing. Let me spin this. I once developed a guy's film who had sent me I was one of them. I think it might have been Ektar 100, and he sent me I think it was 2 rolls of Ektar 100, and I developed them in the same exact tank, and one of them had crossover issues, and like that confused the shit out of me because I'm just like, okay, this is weird, because the other one was perfect. And I've sent my Portra 400 to a lab before where it came out perfect. And I'm just thinking about all of these. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like the Ektar thing is really weird because I'm just like, it can't be an issue with the chemistry. Is it just an issue with the film? Like, is this film that I'm getting expired? And is it maybe that I'm just not shooting enough of the film to like really say like, oh, I've just been using expired rolls all along? But it just seems like every single time. Portra 400, always bad when I develop it. It's weird. Like, I don't know how many times I gotta keep trying Portra 400 and then keep getting the same result. Like, holy shit, this reminded me of image processing module. I saw the histogram up top. We had to equalize it and shit. Yeah. I think I'll keep using my lab. No, I mean it's a smart move because I know that like what you can get from home kits isn't exactly what like pro labs use. So I don't know. I don't know the answer. Oh, this was Ada trying to cut Cherry's nails. I don't know if I've done 160 in a while, but I'm always like perturbed or disturbed from using ISOs that low if I know I'm gonna end up taking those same cameras to like dark places. I try not to shoot like super low ISO films. I'm scared of messing it up by deving at home. I do black and white at home, but color feels too risky. I don't know. I don't know what to say because it's just that like sometimes my film comes out exactly how I want it to be on certain film stocks. Like that's the weirdest disclaimer that it's like my Portra 800 35 and 120 always perfect, always how I want it to look. And so like I feel zero risk of messing it up at home. I don't know. This is not even worth. It's not even a good shot. this is. This was outside. Oh, wait. What if I turn that exposure way up before doing white balance? I wonder how different that is. I've done black and white from home once. And like the thing is I still have those chemicals just sitting there. And there's no way that they're like not expired by this point. But like I'm just like volume wise, it's like it's a lot of chemical. And like I'm just like I can't believe like I only did it once. And like every time I shoot black and white, I'm like I should shoot black and white more. But then like I never do it. And then like I just end up like shooting XP2 more because I don't know, I like XP2. Are there like good 800 ISO black and white films? Because maybe that would entice me more. All right, these are super out of focus. Not even great shots. At least like this one right here. This one is just like, man, what was I doing there? These are all right. Like it's just like the weird overexposure situation has me kind of weirded out. So I gotta figure that out. I like Ilford. I have a roll of Ilford 3200 from like 5 years ago that I still haven't used. Okay. All right. So that's roll number 3. I wanted to pack up Alpine, but I know that that's going to take like 25 minutes or like over 25 minutes. So maybe I'll try to zoom through the next 2 rolls really fast, which we know is not going to happen. But I'll just try it. Oops. Shit. Was that checked before or no? Did I check? Was this checked or unchecked? To start off with. All right. It's going to be G1. Okay. And then I'm going to go grab... How's my battery looking? Oh, that battery's about to die. Ilford 3200 is fun, looks better than T-Max 3200. I gotta try. Man, I just like, I think I have this weird aversion to shooting legitimate black and white and not just like chromogenic black and white. And I think it just stems from like, I have so little experience developing it. Alright, so this is Cinestill. Let's find a preset. Just choose a random one. Cinestill H. I can already tell this is not a good one. This is not a good preset. Find a different one. Cinestill, let's try that one. think this was a Tash Sultana. XP2 is real nice family film stock to go to if you want people to question whether it's digital or film. I just wish there was an 800 ISO version of it. If there was, it would be perfect. It would be so perfect. And I just love that, like, for XP2 it's like that one. Okay, so that XP2 is funny. It's chromogenic, so you could develop it. Ah, shit. Did it die? No, I think it's still good. Oh, I think it's dead. Alright, I have to change this battery, which is like super annoying to do, because like the way it's attached to the copy stand, I can't fully open the battery door, so I have to remove it from the copy stand. So I think this is funny because you develop it in color chemicals, C41 chemicals. Do I have a battery here? I had batteries. Oh, it's right here. You develop in C41 color negative chemistry. And one huge advantage you get out of doing that is specifically for black and white. That ends up meaning that you can run it through ice. But the thing is, I'm at a state where, well, I'm not doing that because I use a DSLR scanning setup. So the only advantage that I really get off of XP2 is the fact that I only know how to develop color with color chemistry, which is really goofy. But I guess that's also kind of cool because then, you know, like similarly, you're not really gonna ruin it, like in terms of like messing up with colors or whatever. 29. Okay. All right. Sorry, that was a. It's also typically cheaper if you're deving at a lab. Oh. To do color or to do black and white? Color, I'm guessing. I think the lab near me charges more for black and white. Yeah. Sick. All right. I chose a good preset. I'm just trying to figure out where the edge is. Do you push your 800T when you're shooting at concerts? So that's the funny thing. I typically push everything. Like I just push everything because, okay, let me explain that. I typically push everything, and a lot, like there was definitely a time where I would push hard. Like I think like there's like I've had a couple different dev kits at home, and this most recent one that I use is like it's from Cinestill, and then their instruction for pushing +2 is like the amount of time that you would push for +3 on my previous chemistry set, which is crazy. And the thing is that like I honestly think they're the same generic kit, so like I don't know why Cinestill is telling you to like push for that long, but they do. But yeah, I push super hard because I don't know, I always just thought that that was the best choice for concerts. And the thing is that like especially considering that like for concerts I was constantly shooting like you know, with these pocket cameras, I would bring the pocket camera everywhere. So if it was gonna come to with me to a concert, then it doesn't matter if I'm taking it to brunch next day, like I'm gonna shoot the same way, and I'm just still gonna push it super hard when I actually go and process. The big mistake though that I made was with a pocket camera, or just in general, like running it on aperture priority, or just in the general mistake that I would make is just not exposing really correctly. So what I think people would say was, okay, hear me out here. I think that a guideline that people tend to say and have is like, hear me out. A people that like a guideline that people have is that like when you shoot like -1 or -2 in exposure value, they try to group that in with how much you should push. So I might have said that in reverse, I'm not sure, but it's like they would equate like shooting at -1 means you go to the lab and push 1 stop. Shooting at -2, you go to a lab and push 2 stops. And what I've learned over the years is that like that guideline, in my eyes, like for what it is I shoot, how I shoot, blah blah blah, in my eyes that guideline is complete bullshit. Like it's the worst guideline. Let me see if I can explain. Given how I shoot, if I'm taking a pocket camera like I have for this show, this is Joey Badass. I put Joey Badass and Tash Sultana on the same roll. There's a reason I put my camera at -2. I take like a Contax T3 to these concerts, and I put my camera at -2 literally because it's a pocket camera. Like you don't have a whole lot of controls. You have a control over, I've heard the name from a clip, Joey fucking Badass. That's the same guy. Yes. It highly depends on the camera's light meter. Yes, it does. So, okay. So here's my rant. I don't think I'm going to get to the 5th roll by 5 p.m. But here's my rant. So put yourself in my shoes. I was told shoot -2 so that you could push +2, and like vice versa. When you want to push +2, shoot -2, like shoot down 2 stops. Shooting -2 is this, like one of the smartest things you can do at a concert when you have a pocket camera and are just in the general crowd. And I'll explain why. What's gonna happen is, as you're pointing like a pocket camera at a stage, the light meter inside is gonna just like, it's gonna do, how do I put it? It's gonna try its best, and it's really noble how it's trying its best. So what does that mean is that like most of this photo is black, like it's just darkness. So what it's going to do if you're not shooting at -2, if you're just shooting at 0, like you're just shooting normal, is that it's gonna notice mostly darkness, and it's gonna try to really take a long time on the shutter speed, and then you're just gonna end up like, because no one's hands are perfect, and like if you're end up shooting like a 3-second exposure, he'll have moved in both directions by that point, and on top of that, your hand's gonna move. So shooting -2 means, all it literally means is that like you're just gonna like quicken the shutter speed. Like that's all you're doing, because it's just trying to accommodate, like I'm just accommodating for that. Like just make the shutter speed faster, and that's how you'll end up getting a photo that's like focused like this. And it doesn't always work, because like for me, I'm a short guy. I'm like trying to shoot blindly with this pocket camera up high to get over people. And if I'm doing that, then I'm not sure where the focus and metering points actually are if I'm not looking through the viewfinder. With that said, it's that like I'm shooting at -2, like put yourself in my shoes. So then that kind of equates to this idea of like you should push, according to how, like where your stops are. Now, if I don't finish a roll at a concert and I take this out to brunch the next day, brightly lit, sitting outside, whatever, this thing that I do often, I'm like, brunch doesn't happen often, but just for the sake of argument, you take the same camera out to brunch, and you think, shit, I still got to push this +2 in development. That means that I should shoot these shots -2 at brunch. But then what happens when you do that? When you shoot shots -2 at brunch, or just some kind of daylight event, everything is gonna be super underexposed, because that's what -2 is. like it's just like, it's the dumbest thing. Like, I don't know. What I came to realize is that like I can always just push hard, and that what that's gonna end up entailing is that I'm gonna get grain that looks like this. And that's totally fine if you're not shooting 2 stops down, 1 stop down. You could shoot 0 stops down, and you could still have good like exposures that have grain exposed like this. So I don't know. I just always found that like that guideline was kind of bullshit, given who I am and what I'm doing with my cameras and how I'm shooting. I don't know. That's my rant. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Chris needs drywall stilts for concerts. 100%. Even then, even if I were taller, I probably would still be shooting like -2, just because metering can get really fucky. Another, I guess another thing worth mentioning, I think that honestly, when I'm shooting at concerts that I'm called into, I think that I've been making a big mistake. And I've been shooting at some of these concerts. I've shot a few concerts now. Let me see. I probably shot like 10 concerts for Golden Voice by this point. And I think I've actually been making a big mistake. It's kind of stupid. Like I'm embarrassed to say it. But I've been shooting aperture priority at concerts, and I think that's like, there have been some people who said like, oh no, that's fine. But I think a lot of people would opt to shoot manual, and it's just like how do I put it? Like, it's hard to trust myself shooting manual at a concert. As far as I know, -2 is meant for digital in high contrast situations. How to do concerts is its own set of tricks. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that's the thing too. That it's just like it's a constant learning process. Like I've been shooting concerts with a pocket camera for like 5 years now. I've been shooting like actual concerts from the photo pit and with uh, more intense cameras for I don't know. I've shot like 10 of them like in the last like 3 years. I used to shoot aperture priority in concerts when I was younger. So I'm not ashamed of it. I mean, I guess I said I was ashamed of it. Like the part of it that gets really hard is that uh like you really should like or I like in my mind it's just like having done like as many as I've done, with like a app or like a camera that has all these controls. Um I really need control of the shutter speed more so than anything because it's like a lot of my shots just end up looking real not good. So there's a lot of bads, and I think like I think that I would have to pivot like in terms of getting shots that are what I need them to be. Like I either need to shoot manual or I need to just completely pivot to shutter priority. Um, and it's hard. It's hard to trust myself for it. I think, to be honest. Um, like when it comes to shooting manual, it's like I can do it, but I get so nervous in the context of a concert. Like I'm gonna fuck something up. Like I could sit down and like okay, here's next up. The end of this roll has some keyboard photos. Like I'm fine all day. Like I can if I wanted to just shoot manual, um, like of a very still shot. But at a concert, like I'm just like it's nerve. It makes me nervous shooting manual. The way I see it, shooting aperture priority lets me focus on getting the shot rather than. No, I shoot aperture priority. Like I've been shooting aperture priority for like almost everything, for a very long time now. Be exactly for that reason. Like you gotta get the shot. But I think you have to flip that around for concerts. Like when I'm up close and then like it's just like if I okay, here's my issue is that like I use this 72.8. I use the 1.4 like a couple of them 1.4 primes. My issue with aperture priority is that like depending on how you're trying to expose, like even if you're going the widest you can, it might still like make the shutter speed go like it'll be at a speed you don't want it to go, and then your photos end up looking like all kind of you know everything's dragged out, everything's all wavy in the worst way you didn't want it to. like there's definitely you can intend to do that, but it'll be like I did not intend for this. And so I think aperture priority is good when you're like kind of out and about, when you're trying to shoot like an event that's not in the dark, like a concert. Some cameras have, they definitely do. It's just I haven't done it to this point, and I wasn't able to shoot at all in July. It's just like a weird thing that happened in July, for concerts. And then I actually have one. I do have a show on the 20th, so I'm gonna be shooting on the 20th. That's my next concert. It's been like I have a big gap since my last one. Okay, I got like 5 minutes left. I think we could do this. I shot a friend's concert fully manual on a TLR. I don't think I've ever been so stressed doing a photography gig. Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's like, I watch a lot of YouTube videos. I try to hear from other people what they do. And I think kind of overwhelmingly, like I've heard kind of overwhelmingly, I've heard people say like, oh yeah, you should be shooting concerts manual. With some people doing the other options, aperture priority or shutter priority. But I do think that I haven't heard a single person recommend shooting auto. Alrighty, last roll. The heck happened at that edge? I have to take off. Have a good rest of the stream. All right. Thanks so much for being here. Okay. Real quick. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do a little marbles. After this, just one marbles, and it'll be for some stickers, pair of stickers. But I'm opening it up right now just to skip over any updates we might have to run. And we're just gonna try to go through this roll as quickly as possible. I'm trying to remember when this roll was. I'm a little confused by the sequencing here. When was this? Oh, I think this was, I want to venture to say that this was June. Oh, I think I know. I think this was when I got COVID. This was in Vegas. This was mid-June, and I got COVID. I think when we ate at a buffet. And it makes me not want to do buffets anymore. And I think that this is the roll. Oh, I'm trying to think here. I think I shot this on the T2 because I didn't want to bring my T3 home. Oh my goodness. Timoteo with the big ol' raid! A party of 39? Oh my goodness. Oh, God. Oh my goodness, guys. All right. Hold on. I gotta go up and see everyone here. Key Circle. Wasabi18, welcome. Spicy G-Gon, welcome for the first time. Alnomic, welcome for the first time. And thank you for the follow. Max I have, welcome for the first time. Conan, same. Timoteo, well, guys, oh my goodness. Snoop Wog, guys, everybody, welcome to the stream. Rose Bros, let's take a look at this. What is this? Class 80. Oh, that's a cool design. I wish it were a 60. Oh my goodness. Snoop Wog, thank you for the follow. Guys, welcome in. Oh, Noctam, welcome. Hey, Noctam, welcome. Timoteo, thanks so much for the big raid, guys. Everybody from Timoteo's stream, welcome along, and thanks for following along in his raid. Timoteo, what were we up to? Watching while editing my own pics, what a vibe. Right on. We're just doing some quick scans, guys. I have to end stream pretty soon-ish, but We're finishing up. I'm halfway through this last film roll here. I'm gonna do like some light inversions here, so that we can see what's on this roll, because everything is getting exposed really badly with this preset. Billion gentlemen, 65 and having breakfast. Right on, right on. Nice. Oops, wrong thing. Still cool. Still cool. This looks interesting. Things are kind of messed up right now. The preset is really bad. Let's see if we can get a better one in so that it doesn't look like this. Cinestill. I think I need to look for like Cinestill indoor or something. Now we'll just do this after. Okay. Yeah. Bear with me here while we get through this. But everybody, welcome to the stream. My name's Chris. I am mostly a keyboard streamer. We were doing some keyboard stuff in here, but I am behind on doing all these film roll scans. I shoot on photo film. I develop at home. I scan from home here as well, and I have a little bit of a backlog, so I'm just trying to get through it, which was good because I didn't have any solid keyboard content prepped for this week. It's been a really weird last like 3 weeks here in terms of just trying to get the ball rolling with content. I have a lot of builds to do. I don't have them planned properly. So stay tuned, guys, for more streams, more keyboard streams that should be coming down the line. We're going to be doing a couple more photo streams here too. I'm on a little PTO break here now at this point, and just trying to catch up on some of this. So 24, let's do 25. But yeah, this is the last roll we're doing for today. We're supposed to do a little bit more light keyboard tasks that we really didn't get to very many of them, unfortunately. But we will at some point. We were just like unboxing some GMK sets. We were looking at some of the CRP that came in. End of quarter vacation. Hey. All right. 27. But guys, you guys came at just the right time here because we're closing in. We'll look at the last shots, and then we're gonna run a little marbles. We have a little bit of marbles here, and we're just gonna run for some stickers. I've had some stickers printed, and if y'all want to see them, we'll see that shortly. Super overexposed. This will look better momentarily, I promise. Marginally, at least. It won't look like everyone's super... it won't look completely white like this. Stock thumbs welcome. Oh, Kajata! Welcome back. Had some long conversations today about photography in the process. We were looking at CRP for a long while. I could show off the CRP collection while we wait. And a nice crew to come in. Nice to have you guys here. We got a few more people entering in this marbles for some stickers. Okay, guys, that is all the scans. I'm going to turn all this off, and we're going to do some re-inversions here so that it doesn't look so damn crazy. All right, let's find a good one to calibrate off of. Like, where it was the three of us sitting, might have been like... like this one. I think this one might be the most promising. It's me, my mom, and my brother. So we're going to run a re-inversion on this photo, and then we're just going to sync it with all the other photos here. Came back and got flashbangs. So overexposed. Holy yes. Okay, still crazy overexposed. Let's try this again. What if I raise this up by like +3? Why is this like this? I don't know. Let's run the exposure way up and then do this. I was always uncertain. It seems like it. I don't know if I'm crazy, but it seems like when you run the exposure way up, and then check for white balance, is actually different. Oh boy, we're all blue. I don't know what happened. I don't know if there was like something during the process that has caused this to be all blue. But this is interesting how this has turned out, to say the least. All right. I have this feeling this whole roll is like this. Oh, this is Ada wearing this excellent t-shirt. Where was this? It's me and my brother. I think this might have been that buffet dinner. I think it also would have been more appropriate to probably not expose this as crazy as I did. I don't remember doing this. Who did this? It wasn't me. All right. I feel like I'm just gonna kind of give up on this. We can take a look at pictures of this food here. Maybe the food is more appropriate to look at. Not really. All right, the colors are totally off on this. So we're good. All right. Like, it's not even really worth looking at all these. It's just like random pictures of the food that are really badly taken, because it was a different pocket camera than I typically use. Hey, look, it's me. The colors are totally off, I think due to possibly a development issue, and also possibly just overexposure when I actually took the actual photos. And then meanwhile, I don't know how comfortable I am exposing the whole family, like you guys are saying. Okay, all right, guys. So it's now 5:10. I gotta leave pretty soon, but I did want to show a couple things for everyone who's just tuned in. I know you guys probably all coming in from a keyboard stream here, so I got some stuff to show y'all. First of all, in terms of packages I opened up these. I had a package full of 12 of these 4x6 super stackers. So these are a little bit bigger than the ones OmniType sells. These are like a generic kind of container that's sold by a lot of that's distributed by a company called Advantis. But a little bit bigger than usual, and you could fit all of Greg in it, including all the child kits. So there's that. Meanwhile, this wasn't a package I opened today, but we were supposed to do the same exact thing for GMK Alpine, but I didn't get to it. So again, that's just how it went. Meanwhile, I think the thing that you guys might all be... Wait, a little bit bigger. I missed that part. Chris, where'd you get those? I got them from Staples. Okay. I think the thing that a lot of the keyboard folks here might be most interested in is the fact that I got this big package full of CRP. So I was supposed to also dress up my J02 in one of these CRP kits. Didn't get to it because we're running really late. Ew, CRP? Ayo, keycaps again, yeah. I just thought people might be interested in this giant box full of CRP. But Toasty, welcome back. I heard about your aversion to CRP. And I kind of understand it. I kind of understand it. General warping, only beige. Weird legending in the sense of like all of the extra sub-legend kits. I get it. I get it. About to raid my local staples. Yeah, I'll find it. 4305 staples. And this shipped to me in literally one day. I think the distribution facility was like in Sacramento, so it wasn't really far at all. I'll fight Shamshi any day of the week. So this is the bigger ones. These are the 4x6. Now, you could actually find the smaller ones too, but they're more expensive than Omni-type, I think. But it's like, it's kind of like if you're ordering them anyways, maybe you might not care about, you know, spending the $2 extra if you're only getting like 1 or 2. But again, they're more expensive than Omni-types. So let me also paste Omni-types in just to be fair. So I gotta go. This post-stream mess around needs a lot of work. Right on. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate you sending your community. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So yeah, big box of CRP. I showed that off. Blah 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 blah. Okay, it's time for some marbles. I am hungry. You guys hungry? Because I'm hungry. Alright guys, vote for your favorite map and maybe I'll consider it. Bro, it's 1 a.m. Stop mentioning food, please. Oh, you're way ahead. How does this work again? Hit vote and then your favorite number or your favorite map. However, if it's 35, I'm probably not going to choose it because I got to leave pretty soon. And 35 is a map that's rife with everyone dying. So a lot of redos or re-rolls need to happen. So, all right, 18. Yeah, 69. Unfortunately, it only goes to 61. All right, we got a tie between 28 and 18. I feel like I always see the dojo. All right, let's go with pixels. All right, let's do this. All right, I'm gonna set a 90-second timer. So, guys, welcome. Thank you so much for being here today. Appreciate it. If you aren't already following, hit that follow button if you like what you're seeing and want to join in on this marbles race giveaway. And then hit the exclamation play command once you've done that already. And I appreciate, guys, again, Alnomic, Snoopwog, Noctam, and Rose Bros. Thank you so much for the follows today. Guys, we're like super close. We're super close to 1,000 followers. So if you're not already following, make sure to follow and tell your friends. Oh my goodness. Asmode with the 12 months? That's crazy. Yeah, I gotta get you guys some badges. I'm on PTO right now, so I'm gonna work on like cool badges. I don't know what they'll be yet, but they're probably gonna be cool, right? Also, we got some stickers. So, I don't know. I'll just choose I'll choose a pair of stickers here. We got some bigger ones here, but then we got some smaller ones that are like prismatic. So, if you've already won a marbles win at some point previously and already have some stickers, I'll try to find some stickers that you don't have. Otherwise, if you haven't already won marbles, then I'll just pick one. I'll pick a couple. All right, guys, let's get ready to go. Win your badge and it's still just a fucking star. Dude, I'm gonna get you some cool badges. All right, I'm on PTO. I could choose. All right, Insty with an early lead here. I don't know what Pixel's Death Alley is. Oh shit. But we'll find out. All right. Insty with a big lead right now, but we are getting shot here through the that jungle gym. Oh my goodness, minus DKP has just died. Alnomic in the lead, but Sabi Sab coming in hot. I actually kind of like this map. It's really weird. It's really straight, but then there's a lot of obstacles. Let's go. Sabi Sab, big lead. Insty, real close. Anthixius, third place. Oh, I guess a lot of people have died. Ooh, like the profile pic. Oh, Insty. Insty coming in hot. All these jungle gyms. Look like Anthixius has just died. Alnomic Asmodeus trailing behind Sabi Sab and Insty. Oh ho, oh ho. Oh, quick with it. Quick with it. Oh, here it comes. Oh, Sabi Sab with the win. Oh, that looked like you were about to die right there. That was a crazy finish. Oh my goodness. Oh my Lanta. Alright, Sabi Sab. Let me know if you claim. Last place finisher is either Asmodeus or Insty. Asmodeus still needs to finish here. If possible. How do I don't know who actually finished. Okay. Asmodeus did finish last, so as usual, last place finisher gets to choose the raid target. So Asmodeus, find someone, or I could try to find a hint for you. But Sabi Sab, let me know if you claim, and if you do, join the Discord if you aren't already on the Discord, and hit me up, find me on the list. And we can exchange some details there. And anybody else out there who's interested in joining along in the Discord, for any random number of discussions, but mostly just stream pings. Asmode is driving. Okay. Then it's probably not super kosher to ask him to find someone to raid. Insty. Let me know if you have any raid targets that you would like to send over. Looks like Teja is on. Oh yeah, Sabi has to hit claim. I don't even know what I'm claiming. Oh, I got some stickers. Whoops. So these stickers are based off my emotes. We got the Cool S in 3D Cool S, and the alien, the silly alien with his tongue sticking out, also with a Cool S on his forehead. All right. Oh, Noctam is streaming right now. Okay. Noctam followed and is streaming. K Joyce L. Oh, let's see. All right, let me get through ads. Actually, yeah, let's raid Noctam. First of all, Noctam is doing a 60%, and second of all, he followed. He followed just 20 minutes ago. All right. I have to make sure I spell it right or just copy and paste it. All right, guys. I'll be back soon. We're going to have another photo stream at some point. Thanks for the stream, Chris. Love for talking to me. Hey, Gmok, thanks so much for being here and chatting. Super fun. I don't even know what's happening, but who doesn't like stickers? Sabi Sab, join the Discord if you haven't already, and anybody else out there, join the Discord. And find me on the list, send me a DM, and I'll arrange to get these stickers sent over to you. All right, for everybody else, thanks so much for being here. I'll see you guys next time. It'll probably be... Shit, I might stream tomorrow. I don't know yet. We'll see. All right, peace, guys.